Did you get it? Mic check. Did you get it? Did you get the
I
alert?
just clicked the box. I just got the alert, and I just checked the box, include my audio.
You guys, today is an epic day for me. A very, very strong epic day for me. Not only do I have somebody who is a forerunner in gaming, but I have
Oh my goodness!
a big brother, man, to me. A guy
Wow!
who leads by example in my culture. I'm speaking above
Wow!
gaming right now. There's things that are deeper than gaming, and I'm talking about as somebody who you can look up to, see that he takes care of his home, see that he takes care of his wife, see that he takes care
Mm.
of his heritage. This guy here leads by an example, somebody that you can look afar, nod your head to, and give some exampleships on how to carry yourself in the world, not only as a man in general, but as a black man in general. I'm honored for him to be on the Dirrec Gaming show tonight. An Xbox comrade, by the far one of the most educated Xbox guys that I've listened to, that I've talked to, and grown to know. He's a brother to me, a friend to me. We talk on Facebook messages. We build each other up spiritually, and I'm glad to have him. He's at home, man. This is Direct Gaming. This is the home of the Xbox fans. So he's not really a guest. He's at home. He's at home. And if y'all don't know who this guy is tonight, man, yo, it's no other than the Sherminator himself,
My
aka
goodness!
one of the guys named Sherm, and he's from the Microbox of X team over there in the UK. He's one of those guys affiliated, and I'm honored that he reached out to me and wants to get some airtime. And you know what, guys? We're going to have a good show for y'all. We are so excited to be Xbox fans. We're so excited for those who show support on Direct Gaming. And we got some news for y'all. Hopefully tonight, we're going to give y'all some things to be excited for. It's 2019, y'all. Xbox is big. We're going into E3 1 month.
Hmm.
We only got a month left, y'all. All the
Yeah,
talking is
yeah.
going to be done with soon. And Sherm,
Hmm.
I know you
Yes,
got some
sir.
things you want to get off your chest. I got a mic, man. That's a
Oh.
big mic, man. A huge mic. And I'm going to give it to you, man. I'm going to give it to you, man. I just want you to know, brother, that we're going to get this party chomping. We're going to
All
slice it up
right.
tonight, y'all. We ain't going to be
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
no, we're not going to do no rushing. I'm going to let my man
Nope.
Sherman in there. Here you go, man. I'm passing the mic over to you, man. Let's go.
Oh, man, look, let me tell you something. First of all, it's I don't. You ask anybody that knows me, I don't blush easily. However, full disclosure, I'm blushing right now. Uh, I did not expect an intro like that, and all I can do is say I am extremely humbled. I'm humbled to be on this show. I'm humbled at the invite. I'm doubly humbled that at the relationship that you and I have built. I consider you not just a friend. I consider you a brother, my brother. And
Definitely.
the fact that we have that common bond. Actually, we have more than just an Xbox common bond. We've developed a spiritual bond, and to me, uh, look, I'm just gonna put it out there. There's not too many things that I consider more important than Xbox, but that is definitely one of them. So the fact that we have gelled on so many different levels, I am extremely honored and humbled to just be in your universe, my brother. So uh, yes,
Is that
I
why
am
you
the
brought Will on as
Sherminator.
a consultant?
I'm Sherman, aka the Sherminator, aka Technofunk. That's my Xbox Live handle. and a proud member of the mansion. And again, I just am so incredibly humbled that Dorian has decided to reach out to me and include me on this glorious event, this show. I'm a huge fan, so I'm really looking forward to having a ball, just us kicking it, and let's get this thing rolling, brother.
All right, brother. Hey, man. For once, we want to put some Quantum Break on here and show this beautiful game, man, on the Xbox One X. I wanted to say that. I want to start it off like that. You know me, man. I'm an Xbox enthusiast. I'm gonna come with it for Xbox, man, and everybody out there that's an Xbox fan like me and
Yes,
Sherm.
yes.
It's a beautiful year, Sherm. It's a beautiful year. And before
Oh
I get
man,
started, man, before I get started, Sherm, I want to
yeah.
ask you a few questions and just for pure
Come on,
dialogue, man. Nothing serious.
come on,
But
man. Come
I
on.
want to see what you think about the hype with Scarlet and Anaconda, and what's your goals for the next generation? Because personally, mine, that would be it for me. It would be all I need. I think I'm gonna go back to where I'm sitting on a console until the next big thing happens. This next console, this Anaconda console, will be enough for me. Um,
Yeah.
it's gonna be my Nintendo, my Sega Genesis console, where I hold it for about 10 years or so, and I'll be an
Oh yeah,
old
easily.
gamer. I'll be a gamer to where by that time, man, games to me would be more like motion pictures, man. Just something I can come to on a late day, get on some sticks. You know what?
Right.
For the first
Yeah.
time, Legal will become a casual gamer. If that makes any sense.
Okay. Really? Okay, now that's a tall order. I mean, look, nobody knows you better than you, but but for the casual, but for the observer,
Right.
uh, that's oh wow, that's a pretty big statement coming from you, my brother. I mean, look. If you're speaking from the standpoint of the multi-tiered approach that Microsoft is about to implement with the Scarlet console, the family of
Right.
consoles,
Right.
then okay, I could kind of see that because, of course, they're doing that, like I said, a multi-tiered approach. So you're going to have the console, I believe it's the Lockhart, that's going to be kind
Right.
of aimed at your entry level, your and I feel kind of funny even saying entry level because my understanding of the specs is that the Lockhart version is actually going to be more powerful than the current Xbox One X.
That's
So
facts, man.
it's
Yeah, that's crazy.
right. So
Right.
for it's kind of hard for me to wrap my mind around the notion that uh pretty soon in the future, for all intents and purposes, the Xbox One X is going to be the low end. So
Right. Already
it's
giving you
it's a very
right. That's crazy. You said that, Sherm. I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's the
no, it's
low
okay.
end giving you 4K 60, 4K 30 at the low end. That's
Right,
crazy.
right,
It's
right. I
retarded.
mean, and I don't think, and I don't think anyone, at least to my knowledge, I don't think anyone has really thought of it in those terms.
Right.
Uh, that if you look at the specs from the X, if you look at the specs from, I still call it the Scorpio. So,
Yeah,
sue
that's
me.
right. Yeah, you still can. Yeah.
But and with that being said, I do recall an interview that Phil Spencer uh, said maybe a year and a half ago or so, where someone had said, well, do you have a problem with folks, for such a long time, the Scorpio was associated with the Xbox One X. Do you have a problem with people still using that name? He's like, nah, if that's what they want to call it, fine.
Right.
So,
Because there's
he,
actual. I
he
got
gave
the
me
console. I
permission.
got the Scorpio console. I mean, that's
Right,
what
right,
it
right,
is.
right.
Right.
Right. So I mean, for those who may take issue with it, well, you know what? Give Big Phil a call. He's the one that gave me permission to go there. So, um, so when I look at that, and look at the Scorpio specs, and then when I read the all but confirmed final specs of the Lockhart, and they're, I mean, if you, other than taking just a little bit here and a little bit there, but when it's all said and done, they're pretty much the same specs, and the Lockhart is going to be the low end. So when you think about that, I guess you could say, well, maybe they're going to tailor it so that that's going to be the entry level for casual players. Stuff's going to be kind of like, and again, this is kind of hard for me to wrap my mind around, but stuff is going to be tweaked so that when they run on the Lockhart, it's going to be considered entry level. But what they're telling us basically is that what's cream of the crop right now. So think of it this way. Red Dead Redemption 2. Everyone, the gamers, the gaming media, 100% agree. Even your PlayStation media have admitted that Red Dead Redemption 2 running on the Xbox One X is by and far the massively superior version.
Exactly.
So, if you look at it from that perspective, what Microsoft is saying is that Red Dead Redemption 2 on the Xbox One X is going to be considered the entry-level version of a game coming in the next generation.
That's right.
So now think about that. Think about that for a second, folks. So if that's entry level, and then the Anaconda is basically, depending on what your source is, it's going to be double, and in some things that I've read suggest triple the specs of the Lockhart. All I've got to say is, oh my goodness.
Right.
I mean, and see, getting back to my original point, for you to say that, oh, I'm going to be a casual gamer, brother, I don't want to take this time on my first time being on the show with you to contradict you and to call you out.
It doesn't look like I have a choice, huh? I don't think I'd ever be one then.
And
you made a strong case, brother.
I rest my case, my brother. That is exactly my point, because
it'd be impossible to be one. Right.
If it's gonna be, I think what we're looking at is another prime example of Microsoft. When they release the final specs for the Anaconda, and I do believe that when those specs are revealed, I believe that there will be many miles on the floor, because I truly have this gut feeling that when those specs are revealed, it's just going to blow the industry away, especially considering if they do what they did with the Scorpio, as far as the cost and what you get for that cost. It's just gonna, again, folks are gonna be like, how can they get away with this? How can they do that? Well, it's easy. When you are only one of three, and I repeat, you can do stuff like that when you are one of three companies on the planet that is worth more than $1 trillion. There's only three companies on the planet.
You're right.
That are worth more than $1 trillion. You've got, your pockets are that deep where you can basically do what you want.
You're right.
Apple. There's Apple. There's Amazon. And there's Microsoft. Those are the only three companies in the world that are worth more than $1 trillion. Now, when you really think about that, you've got carte blanche. You can basically say, oh yeah, okay, so we'll throw in all this high tech stuff, state of the art, and all right, we'll charge whatever,
Right.
$500, $600. And if you recall, my brother, when they did that with the X, when they did that with the Scorpio and announced it, everybody was like, "Oh no, that's insane! It'll never sell." Yeah,
Exactly.
right. I would
And
love to run into those same people right now.
right. Exactly.
I'll be like, how's that crow tasting?
That's right. That's right, man.
So again, getting back to you, maybe you'll be able to do it. I don't want to totally doubt you, and you're gonna stay just a casual gamer, but I don't know. I don't know, brother. I just have this nagging feeling, this funny feeling that when you see games running on that Anaconda,
Yeah, you're right about that, man.
You okay?
It's gonna be
I
pretty
just
hard.
can't see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I
gonna be
mean,
pretty
you
hard.
know, maybe your willpower's strong.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe you'll be able to resist.
I could hear Will's words in my head. Time is going to end.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
You know what?
Yeah, there you are.
I've got
Yeah, you
I've got
good.
speaking of monitoring, I've got to monitor my setup
Oh, you
because
good,
it
sir?
cut out on me. It
Right.
cut out on me. No. So I'm just saying, maybe you have the willpower to be able to resist, but I just have this funny feeling that every time you see footage of a game running on the Anaconda, you're going to hear Darth Vader's voice in the background. Join us.
You know, you brought up a great point, man. That was awesome, man. That was excellent.
Will.
That's excellent feedback on what you was talking about as far as
Will.
the equivalence of the Anaconda and how it will affect a gamer, man. Regardless, if you get the Anaconda, it's going to be very hard for you to maintain yourself and compose yourself as a casual gamer. You're right, because it will almost literally have you to where you can't be. You know, everything is going to be beautiful in visuals. Everything's going to be beautiful in performance. So it would be almost
Right.
impossible. The only way you can be casual with it is if you yourself. It's not, the casual experience will not be there. So I do have to give you props on explaining that to a T to even shut me up on that one. But because you was right. I guess
That
I
was
wasn't
not
even,
my.
no, but I guess I
That
wasn't
was
even
not my
thinking about
intent,
that
brother.
one. No, but I mean, but you're right, because it won't be. The casual aspect won't be for the fact that console makes you one. Definitely, you're right about that. It would be all up to the individual person. That's facts. But you know, man, I'm at the point to where I'm at a point where I don't understand why any good news that could happen for Xbox, why does it have to be so hard to understand what you was talking about? That Microsoft finally put themselves in a position to where all they got in their hands are aces, man. They got
Right.
4 aces ready to throw down at that table. Everything's in line.
Yes.
The money's right. The studios are right.
Mhm.
And you know, from what we're hearing, they're not even done buying acquisitions yet.
They're not
We don't-
done,
we still-
man.
right. All
Oh
this
my
stuff,
goodness.
you know, the worst thing that people could have done for Microsoft, and let's talk a minute. You gotta understand, some people, that Microsoft is the youngest out of the three. Nintendo first, Sony's the middle guy,
Right.
and Nintendo's is
Right.
the teenager. Nintendo's
Right.
not even 20. I mean, Xbox is not even 20 years old. It's still a teenager. It's 19.
Right.
You're
Right.
you know, and you're making comparisons as if, you know, Microsoft should be somewhere where there's no reason for them to be, you know, not having these exclusives. Microsoft is above that exclusive talk. Where Microsoft is trying to go is beyond. Right, they're above the exclusive talk. Not saying
Yeah.
that they disregard exclusives. Of course they
Right.
Of course they don't, because Xbox is not only a gaming platform, but it's a brand. So Microsoft, in order to have a brand, right, you're gonna have to have some things that are only for that logo, that's only gonna bring forth for that brand. And so there's games that are considered Xbox exclusives. What Microsoft did was, all they did was take a second to think. You always heard about, hey man, before you make a decision, take 1 second to think. Because a lot of times, man, when you're rushing your thoughts and your game strategy, if you don't take that second, just that another initial second, somebody else will. And somebody else will come up with that idea. Right. You know what I'm saying, Sherm? Somebody else will come up with that idea that you could have had, but because you was just so anxious to get your stuff out there, you didn't take that 1 second.
Right.
What do y'all think Microsoft has done? They literally had the Ring of Death, which they took over. They had a console in the beginning that was 10 years plus ahead of its time. The OG Xbox was so ridiculously good that it made no sense. It didn't need no hardware outside structure at all. It didn't need no memory cards. It didn't need none of that. Well, I don't know how much storage was in that thing, man. All I know is my games were saved on that console. As much as I played on it,
I could tell you, and you probably wouldn't believe it, or well, you probably would believe it, but some uninformed people would probably go, "Nah, get out of here."
Right.
I know what the storage capacity is in the OG Xbox. I mean, it was. Oh yeah, it was, and it was. I mean, of course, by today's standards, it was minuscule.
Right.
But at the time, especially for a console, if I remember correctly, I want to say it was between when it first came out, because they kept making adjustments. When it first hit market, it was a 6 gig hard drive in there. Then, as the years passed by, they would quietly increase the storage capacity, and I want to say that it topped out at 20. I think it was either I know it started at 6, and if I'm not mistaken, it topped out between 14 and 20.
Right.
Might have been 12 and 20. But keep in mind, now, again, folks will hear that and go, man, that's it? Man, that's crazy. That's nothing. Well, and true, again, by today's standards, of course, you're absolutely correct. However, keep in mind that we're talking, like you just said a second ago, that was almost 20 years ago.
Right.
So, everything was different 20 years ago. So there's that. Plus, the games themselves were so much smaller.
Yeah, true that. They were just megabytes to gigabytes. I mean, that was pretty much it.
Right. I mean, if one game, if all the components of the game totaled out to say 200 megs, that was considered ridiculously high.
Exactly.
I mean, most of those games back then, they barely cleared a gig.
You're right. It was exactly.
Right. So to have a 20 gig hard drive, for a game, the average game was like, I don't know, 40, 60, maybe 80 megabytes.
Right.
That's nothing. That's nothing. I mean, we're talking full game, not demos. So back then, all right, but at the same time, like you said, it was way ahead of its time. So
the daggum console was burning CDs, and you could make a playlist, and you could do all that stuff on it. I couldn't believe it.
Man,
you could even put your own soundtrack when you're playing a game.
Brother,
you could have do that. It blew me away. And we're still,
Yeah.
you know, it's like Microsoft was like, whoa, you
Yeah.
know, because we ain't been back to that
Yeah.
in a while.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know,
That's the
there's an interesting
Microsoft I
story
know.
behind that. Well, there's an interesting
Right.
story behind that as far as uh, uh, the ability to, like you said, you could burn your own CDs. You could have your own music playing in the background while you're playing whatever game. So, say the original Halo, for instance. If you wanted your own unique soundtrack, you know, you could have a. I mean, it was crazy. It was hilarious. You could set it up to where you could have the soundtrack of your choice running in the background where you're playing the original Halo or whatever other game you're playing. Now, just real quick, the reason why they got rid of that is because specifically in regards to the music industry, they kind of came after Microsoft about that, to where it was an issue. I guess you could say a licensing issue to a
It was
certain
a
degree.
licensing issue,
Uh,
man.
Right.
And that's when the games
why.
had to be. That's when the games were
Uh-huh.
only certain ones could allow it.
Right.
Yep.
Right, and then plus the fact, that people, if you listeners out there remember with the OG Xbox, not only could you throw your own soundtrack in there, but you could fully record your gameplay with that soundtrack
With that soundtrack, yeah, that's right.
and then upload it, online. So
Right.
the music industry looked at that
Those
like, hey, wait a
copyrights,
minute.
yeah. those
Right.
licensing and
So
stuff like that.
right. So Microsoft had no choice but to take that feature out. I mean, it was unfortunate because I personally loved it, but you know, these things happen. But what for me personally, what it told me was that the engineers at Microsoft were so enthusiastic, they were so gung ho about like taking risks and doing something that had never been done before. Because let's face it, the OG Xbox was completely unlike anything that had hit the market up to that point.
Period, man. Like right. There wasn't a console that was even close to what it was doing, man. And I was
Exactly.
burning people's CDs, selling them. I was like, hey man, you need
Yeah.
a CD. You want a copy of my CD? You know, they didn't even have to go and buy. Hey, give me $5, man. I'll burn your copy.
Right.
It was crazy.
Right.
The
Yeah.
culture was just
Yeah.
thick with the OG Xbox, man.
Yeah.
It made the culture real thick, man.
Oh
Real
man. Very much
Real
so.
thick. It was beyond gaming, man, because it was so much other stuff that it was doing for you. That's what
Oh.
I couldn't believe it, man. That's when I became.
Man,
a
I
fan.
was getting
That's
I
what
was
made me
getting
become a
5-day
fan.
weather forecast on mine.
Right, man. It
I'm
was
serious.
crazy.
And this was before AccuWeather even came into existence.
That's right.
I had it set up to where it would, you know, because of course being hooked up online, it would know exactly where my location was,
That's
and I had
exactly
it
right.
set up where when it turned on that splash screen
Right.
after the power up screen, it would tell me the 5-day.
The Matrix. It was show exactly.
Right, it would tell me the 5-day forecast, and it was pretty accurate. That
You're right,
was
man.
that was what was hilarious about it. I mean, that OG Xbox was so far ahead of its time.
It was.
It
Man.
really, really was.
Microsoft knows.
It was.
They sit back
yeah.
and they look back and they're like, they had to slow down, man. They had to slow down. So I'm hoping, Sherm, that you remember how the Xbox One was, man? Now, I'll keep it real. You know, it wasn't the best Xbox debut, pound for pound, you know, that it could have been. You know, we was expecting a whole lot more. Me, you, no true Xbox fan would lie about that. I was. Now, we all know about the downfalls of it, and we all know about the half-breeds and the chameleons of the Xbox community that just really infiltrated and put up a bunch of lies and forums and helped with the silly gaming media that was dissing it and all this other stuff that pretty much Microsoft had
Right.
already corrected 3 days after they saw that the industry wasn't ready. And what's funny is to
In
fast
record,
forward that.
in
Yeah, go
record
ahead.
time, I must say. No, no, no. I just got to
Because I
toss
have
this
a
in,
point. No,
and
go
then
ahead.
you can continue. You can
Yeah, go
continue.
ahead.
But what they did after that reaction at E3 that year,
Mm-hmm.
and they corrected those issues in record time.
Right? It was crazy. It
No,
was
I'm
already
serious.
corrected. Yeah,
I'm
it was
very
already
serious.
corrected. Right.
That had never been done before, to where they listened to the community.
Right.
And they immediately, truthfully, I really believe before the show was over, they said, okay, you know what? You guys get in there and fix it. And
Right.
3 days later, it was done.
It was done.
That
Right.
had never been done before. All right, please continue.
Okay. Fast forward from what he said. Fast forward from what you said. Seriously. We go to DICE 2019. And you hear what the lady had to say, the one that was talking about the keys. Microsoft having the keys now. It was all subliminal messages. All subliminal messages. And what she was saying was, we as a gaming brand now, we have been held back not because of what we can do, but they said it. I guess Microsoft got tired of the hush hush game. So they let it out the bag and said basically we're being held back because the industry doesn't want to push forward. So that's fine. So if the industry wants to sit back and be lenient on gaming, be comfortable, they don't want to risk nothing, they don't want to really, they don't want to risk anything. Microsoft said, look, we have the money. Instead of relying on you guys, we're going to build our own infrastructures. We're going to rely on our own databases, servers, and all of that. And this is what's been going on, people. Stuff like that takes a while. But now, Microsoft can make a structuralized gaming community built from their own. They don't have to sit back. Now because they're built from their own, they don't have to rely on the industry. Hey, is this going to be okay or not? Or, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? Yo, Microsoft had a straight up cloud compute community. And it was so instant that it was on Windows 8, people.
Right.
Windows 8. It was running so nicely. Yeah, that menu screen back in 2013 might have looked a little dull. But man, I loved Upload Studios. I've never experienced anything like that. Where the Xbox community all over the world was game. See, that's my type of thing. See, that's not casual stuff. That's how I get down. It put me. It made me feel like I was in the arcade. When you're in the arcade, you're performing.
Right.
You're not worried about. You're performing. People coming around you. If you start doing something, people gather around you. And when they gather around you, that's a performance you're putting on now. Now people are talking. All kinds of stuff is going on around you. So when I saw Upload Studios, and I was like, yo, and they were sitting up here talking about, hey, play your best and upload your best scenes or whatever you do. Send them out to us, and if we like it, we're gonna put you in the top 5 or the top 10 clips.
Right.
Yo, I made it on the best of the rest. It was called the best of the rest. If you didn't make top 10, then you made like top 15 or something, top 20. You was called best of the rest. I made it on best of the rest. I had a clip, and it was also based off views, how many people would look at it. So I had a clip that had almost 400 some views, and I actually made it. I remember this cat that did a clip on Titanfall, man, where he blew up all the Titans. He had it on self-destruct, man, and he was getting in the ship. Yo, he was getting in the ship right at the end, and they was coming to smash his Titan. All of them came in there, and you saw it. He jumped up in the ship, took off, and it went boom. I mean, to see all those Titans die off of one explosion hit, he got the number one. Right. He got the number one clip.
You know what? I didn't see that clip, but I mean,
I saw that.
Just listening to you describe it.
Right.
I would love to have seen it.
Just seen it, man. It was ridiculous. For this guy to have gotten the number one clip, how do you think that made him feel out of millions of people online?
Right.
And you got the number. That's the community that we had, people. And it went for a whole year. I think it went for a year and a
Wow.
half, something like that. But then you remember Upload Studios faded off, you know, and it
Yeah.
faded off
Yeah.
along with that cloud compute. And you remember when we had, and I'm putting it out there, look, I'm an Xbox fan. I do a lot more building up than I do destroy because I look at myself as a leader. If I was a follower, it's easy to destroy. It's easy to sit back
Right.
and not do anything. But I'm not. I've never had a heart of a follower. I always had a heart of being a leader. So if you have a leadership heart, you're gonna uplift. You're gonna build more than you're gonna destroy. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? I can stand on my own 10 toes. So when I criticize Microsoft, it's coming from a real pure aspect. It's not coming from a propaganda aspect. It's not coming because I'm thinking, well, you're going to get a like and you're going to think that I'm not one way or the other. Nah, bro, I'm who I am. I don't care what you think about
Right.
me. I'm who I am.
Right.
So when I say, yo, I want the snap feature back, the snap feature being gone killed me off. It literally, really, Xbox, it killed me off. Because
A
you
lot of
had
people
something.
were upset with that.
Right. Because here's what was going on. I was sitting here playing Titanfall or Dead Rising 3 at the times or whatever I was playing in the early days, right? Rise, Son of Rome. And man, I could sit there, pull up the NFL app on a Sunday.
Yes,
and
sir.
sit there and put up my team. My
Yeah,
Titans will be
yeah.
on. Or I'm over here in Orange,
Yep.
so the Cowboys be on if I wanted to mess with my Cowboy fans and rag on them. All I had to do was open up that app,
Yes,
and
sir.
my TV screen would kind of look like Twitch for all those
Oh,
who didn't
man.
have an Xbox. So you know where Twitch would have that chat box? That would be
Yeah.
the screen for your football.
Yeah.
That's how
Your
it would look.
football. Yes, sir.
And the rest of your screen would be your game. So while I'm gaming,
Yeah.
I'm watching sports.
Yeah, man.
And I'm
Oh,
catching
I
up on the
missed
time. I missed it. That's
Yeah.
something. The reason why it hit me, because people, I'm always been an Xbox fan. I've always been an Xbox fan. And I that was something, that snap feature, it was something that put Xbox on another level. Like nobody else had that feature. These are the things that I think Microsoft, I don't know if they truly understand, because I was thinking for them to have gotten rid of that, because you heard the articles. We need graphics. Dude, look, bro. I could care less about a pixel count between 900p and 1080p. I mean, seriously.
Right.
With 900 dynamics, with dynamic resolution, that's not scaling. Scaling never came out of my mouth. Cause do you know something, Sherm? That all that crow soup is happening now because the idiots of the gaming community were on some propaganda crap. Even if you've ever ran the Metacritic and put a 0 on Metacritic, you a lame. If you ever hated on a game for pure hatred, you're lame. You see what I'm saying? And it's a collective group of lames like you guys. These lames, these super lames, dude. Like, you're beyond lame, you're super lames. You need a t-shirt with a big capital L, because you are a loser. So we spell it out for you. L-A-M-E. With a white T on there with black letters with a big capital L on there. Because it was cats like you who were so tied up into your console. You were super tied up into the console war on a elementary level, because you really don't know what a real console war is about, that you was willing to go out and destroy a gaming community with nothing but negativity, to the point where the media even got affected by it, and they ran off with it, because that's what the excitement is. Media is going to go where the excitement is at. So once they started seeing that, hey, in the streets down here, they're fighting over 180 pixels difference. You see what I'm saying? They're fighting over 1080p.
That even sounds ridiculous.
It sounds ridiculous. That you can't even tell the difference, because what Microsoft was using. Now here comes the funny part, Sherminator.
Come on, I know where you're going.
Right. Here's Here's the part that just kills me off with laughter. The technology that Microsoft was using is the reason why we got a beautiful game like Quantum Break, like Sunset Overdrive. The most beautiful animated game that Insomniac has ever made is on Xbox. Why?
That's right.
Because Xbox
Spider-Man
had a...
before Spider-Man.
Yeah, because it destroyed Spider. Dude, you can't find... Here's the problem. You cannot find a more beautiful, colorful game from Insomniac on any other console other than Xbox with Sunset Overdrive. You cannot.
That's
There's
right.
colors. They said it themselves. There's colors in there that are new colors that they had to literally... They created that color. Those colors wasn't even... You know what I'm saying? They were able to do it with the cloud. That's why they made Sunset. They literally said, we could not make this game on the PlayStation 4. We can't make it. Their technology can't allow us to do it. And they said that they've had Sunset Overdrive in their hearts for over 20 years. They waited for an opportunity to be able to create that game. And you want to know something, people? Here's the mystery about Microsoft. Microsoft didn't need Insomniac's money. They basically told Insomniac, y'all come over here, use our technology, and own your own IP. We don't want it. We're not here to take no... But you know what? You can't do that with Sony. Oh, no. So you go over there, you got deals to make, bargains to be done, contracts to be made. Because, hey, man, Sony needs that money. Microsoft don't need that money. Microsoft is like the kingpin. Sony's like the drug dealer, dude. The kingpin don't need to get no money from the dealer. You see what I'm saying? He's sitting high in the tower, man. True. He's sitting high up in the tower. So you got Dynamics Resolution. Has no name of scaling in it. It's Dynamic Resolution. And now it's the same freaking thing that everybody's using now. Dynamic Resolution. Microsoft been using it. Now you see how I'm the one that said HDR. I'm that guy. There was nobody in the Xbox community, I don't care who they were, on Twitter, none of them. Everybody can attest. I was the one that said, there's something out there called HDR. Microsoft better hop on it. And if Microsoft hops on it first, Microsoft is going to lead the way. And I be daggum. Microsoft got that HDR. That's right, because I called them HDR TVs. I just knew that they were better than 4K TVs, and I got laughed at. Nobody believed me. I got laughed at. Now HDR is here. Well, people, what is HDR? It's a form of dynamic colors. Didn't say anything about scaling, people.
Nope.
Dynamic colors. That means it brings out more vivid dynamic colors, puts out more array, even does it with lighting and all of that. And now you wonder why we have a console that doesn't do what? Sherminator? Remasters. We have a console that don't do remasters. It does enhancements. Or it redoes the game.
There's no need.
There's no need. So Microsoft is the one who stopped all of that. They're the ones who stopped all of that talk. While y'all was sitting over there tripping on that little console little war between pixels, Microsoft was shutting it down slowly but surely. And the X shook the industry up. You cannot find a PC for $399 that does what the X does. You just can't do it.
No.
You can't find it.
I mean, even right now, you can't.
No, you cannot. Because you want to know why? Because the Ryzen that let me show you. It's called AMD Ryzen 7 1800X that I got. 3.6 gigahertz base, 4.0 gigahertz precision boost. The CPU for DT is AC. Want 16T, 20 megabits of catchy, right? To use this right here, that costs you over $300, just this. So how in the heck can you build a PC and a rig for $399 and sell it for $399 when that right there, that chip, costs you $399 or something?
Well, and
see what I'm saying?
And keep in mind too, that with what you just described, one of the most important aspects of it is as far as cost wise and the cost efficiency. Keep in mind that not just you having that unit in your computer to run at the cost that you just described, but it's going to be even more expensive because in order to run it, you are going to have a power supply that's at least kicking out 500.
Right,
At
that's
least.
true.
Now, for those of you in the audience who are unaware, the Xbox One X, the Scorpio, has a power supply that is very, to use the analogy of cars, it's very fuel efficient.
That's right.
It's a 240 watt power supply. 240 watts. So again, think about that, people. You've got a console. You've got a high-tech console that's pushing out 4K, native 4K. Don't forget that. Not checkerboard. Native 4K. In most cases, 60 frames a second.
You're right. You're right.
It's got a vapor chamber, so that's another high cost item. If you did
These
it
things
separately,
aren't
if you were to
cheap.
build your own rig, right?
That's
They're
right.
not cheap. So now you've got a vapor chamber. You've got all things considered, a ridiculous amount of memory, a DDR5 memory.
That's right.
You've got high tech stuff in there, and the power supply. Those wizards, those wizards who, and I make it a point every so often when I'm talking to people about this type of stuff, making a point to give a shout out to Panos Panay. He's the chief engineer at Microsoft. That brother is no joke. He's the designer of the Surface line.
Right.
Just to give you guys an idea of what he's responsible for. Panos Panay is the bomb. He is the chief engineer at Microsoft. He figured out a way, he and his teams figured out a way to take a 240 watt power supply and power all of that high-tech stuff without it overheating.
That's crazy, ain't it?
I mean, think about that. I mean, that is not an easy feat, but yet they've done it.
You're right. They done it, man.
And to do,
and they
and
jammed it
to
up,
do
and
that,
to have it in that small little tight. You're right,
exactly. Which again,
man.
that vapor chamber.
Which made they built something that even people that been building rigs ain't even done. Ain't even get it exactly, because when the
That's
PC
right.
guys got a hold of it, they were in a maze. They were in a maze.
Oh my goodness.
They was
Man,
like, how did
I
they get
watched-
this thing like that? Right.
Right. I watched so many teardown videos
Yeah, it was beautiful.
where they were just blown away. They couldn't believe
Right.
it. They're like, wait, what? How did they get away with this? I mean, seriously, it was a sight to behold.
It was.
It really
man. It was
was.
a game changer. It was a
Yes,
game
it was.
changer.
It
the
was.
Xbox
was.
One X made a console, the name console, stick its chest out. It made it made it to where, hey man, you could feel good about something. Feel about being a console
It made it
owner.
relevant.
That's right.
It made it relevant again. It really
That's
did.
exactly
It
what it
made
did.
because let's be honest. You've got, we're all aware of this. You've got your Sony fan base, you got your Xbox fan base, you got your Nintendo fan base, and then of course, depending on who you talk to, you've got, well, I don't want to say annoying, but you've got the high. I'll put it like this: the high and wait. Let me adjust. Let me adjust my verbiage. Let me adjust my verbiage here.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I say, they call us the PC Master Race. Yeah, I mean, you've got that crowd where they look down on console gamers because,
Right.
and let's be, and honestly, they kind of had a good reason because,
Right.
okay, I could build my own rig and run things my own way. Yeah, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg, but still,
Right.
at the end of the day, I'll have something that nobody else can touch, right?
That's right.
Well, Microsoft changed that game. They totally changed that and did it legitimately. And when these PC guys tore it, opened it up to see exactly what type of wizardry is this? I mean, and when they saw it, they 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 still can't believe it. Like,
Right.
you mean to tell me that they're only charging this amount of money for all this high tech stuff in here? It's my thing is this: they did it once, and they're about to do it again.
You're right, man. This
They're about to
time
do
is
it again, y'all. And I predict, I really predict that this second go round with this Anaconda, I really think
it's
it's gonna
not gonna be funny,
shake.
man. Yeah.
Oh man, it's gonna
Gonna be
shake
an
up the
earthquake.
industry in a way. It's
Right.
gonna shake up the industry in a way that nobody has ever seen. I mean, really, as far as technically, the specifications, um, and it's just, yeah. Let me just say this: there's no way in the world, even though we're talking about Microsoft, who once again is a $1 trillion, trillion with a T, $1 trillion plus company.
Right.
With that being said, there is no way that Microsoft is going to spend the kind of ducats that they're spending
Right.
buying up all these studios for
Just to
nothing.
not. Exactly, man. Come on, y'all. You gotta
And they're
stop being
not
so
even
stupid.
done. And
Right.
and they're not even done. I mean, you know what? Aside from the whole hardware aspect, I
Right.
just got this feeling. I really have this feeling that next month they got some surprise announcements that are just gonna be like, wait, what? I mean,
Exactly,
really,
man.
as far as the whole,
It
as far
has
as
to
the
be.
acquisition front,
Right, because it has to be because now, and the truth be told, man, the haters is what did it. The haters
yeah,
gave us y'all just
yeah,
keep on fueling.
yep,
When y'all voice y'all stuff on social media, crying and whining,
yep, yep,
Microsoft has spies out there, man. Everybody's got
yep.
market
They're
teams.
paying attention.
They're paying
Yep.
attention to all the stuff
hmm
that's gonna break your heart. Everything, and
hmm
now they know. You let them know,
Man,
man, and they're building. They know that hey, it's power, it's exclusive talk. They're gonna do everything to silence everything. And when everything
you
is
know what?
silenced, Microsoft is gonna grab those 200, them 2 other billion gamers because what Microsoft has done is they've went beyond exclusive talk. They're not worrying about look, man. They're not worrying about 3 exclusive games in a year, man. And
No,
that's how they're
no.
gonna grow. They're trying to
Right,
get as many gamers on Xbox as possible. So
right.
whatever device you own, there's gonna be an Xbox app. They've been telling you about that. But the
hmm
Universal app, they were
hmm
talking about this years ago. They were already
Yeah.
making it happen with the Universal
Yep.
apps. Now the
The
Azure Cloud is
UWP.
something. Yep, the UWP. The Azure Cloud is something that they was like, you know what? I saw a video on it where you can put software GPUs in this thing, man. You can literally
hmm
use that cloud and it can literally offset the CPU with ease, give it a rest, and basically let the CPU just do what just have one little function and it can actually do the overhauling for it. You know and you know how we know this, Sherm? Because we had it in 2013 with our OG
Right,
Xbox Ones. That's what people
right,
don't understand. Dude, it's not something that we're going to be amazed because it's going to be on another level, but
right.
Microsoft already gave us a glimpse of it. They gave us a
Yeah, it's
glimpse of
not new.
cloud technology. Right. I'm just sitting up here as an Xbox fan saying, please, people, bring it back. Bring that greatness back. You've had too much greatness. Y'all done a lot of greatness for Xbox. Don't let the stupid stuff. And you want to know something, man? I honestly think Microsoft paid attention because look what they're doing. They ain't spilling no more beans, are they? Remember when they used to spill them
What?
beans, man?
Wow.
And the articles would tear them up, and they'd be like, well, man, all we're trying to do is just make some good, let people know we got some good stuff coming, but they want to always tear it down. So Microsoft is quiet now.
You know what's funny?
These articles can't say nothing. They don't know nothing.
Right.
You know, you got these
you
devs telling on themselves. They want to do these reviews,
Right.
but yet they're casuals. They can't play these games. See, everything is coming out the bag now. You've been listening to a bunch of frauds.
You know, it's funny, and this is just what you just said. It's
It is
I
true.
find it hilarious. No.
It's
I find
hilarious.
it hilarious. I find it hilarious from the standpoint, you right now, you sir, are you are validating that age-old saying, great minds think alike, because you literally, I'm talking like a matter of 4 seconds, 5 seconds maybe, before you said it, the thought ran through my mind of that very same subject. The only difference, however, is that what I was thinking is that, but it ties in perfectly. See, to me personally, and again, we're all about Xbox, but you got to pay attention to what the other guys are doing too.
Right.
So I personally think that Sony shot themselves in the foot 3 weeks ago when, when their chief engineer revealed what the PS5 is supposed to do.
Right.
Revealed the specs for the PS5.
Right.
Now, yeah, were they impressive? Kind of, yeah. I mean, compared to what's out now, yeah, most definitely. But again, it's like they're revealing all these specifics, and I truly believe,
Right.
I could be mistaken, but I believe that they did that on purpose to see if Microsoft would tip
What's
its
gonna
hand.
respond? Exactly. Play that old little high
Right.
school move, man.
And Phil and the crew, they just were like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't phase them. They didn't reveal. They didn't say nothing about, oh, well, really? Well, guess what we got? Like,
Exactly.
Nope, they didn't do any of that. They were just
None of
like,
that. Okay. Let's clap for
okay,
you.
that's
you know?
cool. That's cool. All right. Well, good luck with that. That was.
That's right.
That was their attitude.
When you have people, the same team that's making your Xbox machines, the most powerful Xbox machines on the planet, right? That same team is making your Surface Pros that are like the most powerful notebooks and tablets on market.
That's right.
Dude, you ain't
That's right.
sweating what somebody, hardware company.
Not at all.
Like, people ain't
Not
even
at
understanding
all.
this. Like, it's a hardware company compared to a software
Right.
company. It's not even, they're
Right.
not even on the same level of playing. You see what I'm saying? It's like, hardware needs software, but software don't need hardware. That's the key. Software can actually run on itself with the proper, because software can just use software. That's what the cloud is about to do. The cloud is about to use software, man.
Right.
The only thing that it
And
needs
see-
is it needs a shell. That's why I said Xbox is turning into Ghost.
Exactly.
It's turning into the Ghost, man. It just when you say Xbox, when you tell me Xbox now, it's not the console. It's not that plastic case. Xbox is Windows 10. It's an operating system now. See how Microsoft did that?
So
Windows 10
Brother
operates
Dorian,
Xbox. Go ahead.
So Brother Dorian, are you basically in so many words saying that Xbox is about to, how can I put it? That they're about to indulge in spirit possession?
Right. They're the ghost in the shell, man. If you ain't, for those who get on your anime, it's about it's exactly it's the either it's the it's all making sense. It's the Matrix. You remember when I know
Right.
Sherm, wow. You know when Sherm, like you said today, when you turned on that OG Xbox and you saw that green splash of gamma, and then you saw
Right.
and then the
Right.
big orb, ooh,
Right.
ooh, and you look
Right.
and you saw the Matrix, and
Right.
you sitting there like,
Exactly.
yo, this looks like the Matrix. And guess what,
Yeah.
Sherminator? That was the menu screen. There was nothing else. It
Yeah.
didn't say Xbox. It didn't say
Mhm.
Microsoft. It was just an
Yep.
orb
It was just the
with
menu screen.
lines,
That's
with
right.
longitude, latitude. Looks like it looks
Uh-huh.
like the freaking internet, Ethernet ports, and
Right.
you know
Right.
the networks about Skynet. You know, Skynet, Terminator crap.
Right.
Yo, that's the Xbox. What do people think the X means? The X means the unknown. In the computer sense, it means unknown. It means unlimited, accessible data. So Microsoft with
Well,
the
see-
Xbox, it doesn't. It can go. It can just keep going. It's unlimited. There's no stopping it. And Microsoft is getting to that point where they want to live up to that. That's why they're expanding it. You can't have a name Xbox. You can't have that word X in technology and not live up to it. It's beyond. Their goals are beyond that feeble talk that, oh, well, we only have these many exclusives and our resolution. Microsoft is moving on from that. They realize they wasted a lot of time building a fan base off of that. They don't want a dumb fan base. Look, y'all, they don't want us out here sounding dumb. You know, like other people sound. We know who I'm
Right.
talking about. They don't want to see their fans talking about stuff that doesn't matter, like console sales. That's why I love, like I told you, in 2014 when Phil took over and he had that interview, and he talked about how these consoles don't make us money, man. You know, I'm not gonna get up here and start
Well, they
talking about
don't.
console sales. I have to grow up out of that.
Right.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you what really matters, and that's engagement. That's how many players are playing a game, because in that's what keeps a game alive. It doesn't have anything to do. So with that, fast forward. I don't want to elaborate on that too much. Look what Microsoft did for the devs. They made a place where if your game isn't being looked at, if your game isn't being played on that much, hey, we're gonna give
Oh,
it a
man.
platform called Game Pass. And what
Bruh.
Game Pass is gonna do, what it does is you're gonna pay a certain fee. See, the devs, them games ain't going on Game Pass without the devs paying a certain fee. But look, the devs aren't breaking their pockets to have their games on Game Pass and let Microsoft market them. And what it's doing is Microsoft is saying, hey, if we can get some players to look at your game, play
Right.
your game,
that
there's
Right.
probably a chance that they're gonna buy it if they like it.
they're gonna
And if
buy
we
it. Yeah.
and if we can get them to watch this. Now we have Xbox Live, and if we can get them to look at the game, play the game, that wins for Microsoft, because Microsoft,
Right.
hey, has people on live that are gonna play. It's a service
Right.
thing. It's not a console thing or a physical copy thing. It's a service thing. And
Right.
Microsoft is trying to get people to get onto their service. And I'm going to say this right now. I was in Oklahoma working on wind turbines. I had my god brother with me. And we were walking in the Blockbuster one night. We was bored. We was off one night. Cashed out. He had cashed his
What?
check or whatever. We was running around. We went up in this Blockbuster. Right?
You found a
And I-
Blockbuster?
No, this was back in the day, like in 2006, yo.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, no,
thought you were
2009.
saying that you found
2009.
one.
Right, no, this was in 10 years ago. Look at that. 10 years ago, right? And we went up into this Blockbuster. And we was like, yo, whoa, it seems like this place, what's going on? Like, it looked kind of dead in here. Like, no excitement. Not like the Blockbusters we knew. And the guy told us, he was like, man, have y'all heard of a company called Netflix? And we was like, I was like, no, I've never heard of
Yeah.
it. What's up with it? He says, yo, pretty soon, he says, Netflix is going to take us out of business, man. I said, what? And he was like, yeah. He says, man, they got a digital content where you just pay like $9 or at that time $7.99 or something. And man, all you got to do is watch as many shows as you want. You can watch the TV shows, monthly fee. Look, one monthly fee. And I said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, nah, man, it's not gonna take out Blockbuster. It ain't gonna take out y'all, man. Competition is good. Fast forward, where's
Mm.
Blockbuster today? Nowhere to be seen.
Like I just asked you, you found a Blockbuster?
Right. Nowhere to
Yeah,
be seen.
yeah, yeah,
And people don't
exactly.
understand. People don't understand that while you're sitting up here thinking that Game Pass ain't gonna be the future, that Game Pass ain't
Man.
gonna hurt it, just keep watching, people. Just keep watching.
Well, 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 see again, this is something that, and if you recall, you know, hop in the time machine and go back to 2013, E3, when Microsoft first announced, uh, at least in part, what the overall strategy was for the Xbox One, that it was going to be
Right.
eventually an all digital system. And of course, we all remember, oh, the crying and the whining and everyone just all up in arms. But here's what's interesting about that, which again is another area that doesn't get talked about a lot. Yeah, you did have a certain number of gamers uh, that were crying the blues. You did have gamers that were just like, oh no, you mean to tell me the console has to be online all the time, 24 hours? Yeah, yeah. But do you folks out there in the audience,
What the hell is going on around here?
and Dorian, I'm guessing you may be aware of this, uh, but do you know who the main complainers were about Microsoft and their initial strategy when they announced the Xbox One at E3 2013 and the digital distribution platform that they initially announced? Do you know who the main complainers were?
Who?
The main complainers, not the only ones, but the loudest voice was the retail industry,
Right.
specifically GameStop.
Right.
GameStop, and I'm saying this as a former GameStop employee. GameStop literally
Library's ready to blow.
told Microsoft, if you go ahead with this plan, we are going to cancel our distribution deal with you. We will not carry the Xbox One in any of our stores worldwide. Now, back then, of course, GameStop was in a far better position to make threats like that than they are now. GameStop, since you brought it up, GameStop is going the way of Blockbuster Video. Everybody knows it.
Right.
They know it. Their employees know it.
It's just a matter of time.
You know, oh yeah. I mean, that's why they can't even. GameStop is not. They have not been able to find a CEO.
A source. Yeah, and they not CEO. Right, to believe in them. And they can't find a
Nobody
source
wants
to
the
combat
job.
against. That's right.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
there's really nothing
I mean,
you can do. What can you do other than go digital
No.
or something?
No.
You
and
what can you do?
they're. That's right. So my point being,
GameStop's
that
gonna have to become a rental. It's
Microsoft's-
gonna have to be a rental service. It's gonna have to become a rental
well,
service, man.
well, you know what? I mean, they're going to have to do something because
the red
at the end of the
box.
day, because at the end of the day, Microsoft and I told people this back in 2013 when Microsoft shifted gears and changed course and decided, and made it publicly known, like, oh, okay, well, you know what, we're not going to do the whole digital thing just yet. But I predicted that, you know what, down the line, they're going to slowly bring it, they're going to implement what they said they wanted to do right from the beginning. And in the meantime, those who are not willing to change will get left behind
That's
and
it.
sadly
That's
follow the way of Blockbuster Video. Because, like I was like you, Brother, I was exactly like you. When Netflix first hit the scene, I was like, oh, this is novel. Eh, this might, it might stay around for a minute or two.
And
But
you
I
know
was
why we're
like,
like that? Because we're so used to something. When you get used to it,
exactly.
that's what
Yep.
it is.
Yep. Exactly. And then when something new comes along
That's
and threatens the
right.
status quo,
There you
it's like, oh,
go. That's
wait,
right.
what is this? What? No. This is no.
That's
But
exactly right.
for something that's convenient. I mean, come on. Look, for those of us who are old enough, for those of us, and for those of you in the audience who are old enough to remember, you get a video for Blockbuster, 2-day rental, 3-day rental, whatever it was, right? And then you had to have it back. You had to drop it back in that chute by the end of that 2 days, or you got fined.
You're right.
And those fines would add up.
That's what they wanted.
So,
they didn't want you to. They
and
didn't want you to get it out. They
right,
wanted you to be late on it.
that's right.
So it was
That's how
built
they
on
made
not
that
believing.
money.
That's how they made that money, brother.
Exactly.
They made a living
so
on you messing up.
right. So here comes a company that's like, oh, well, you know what? We've got all the movies, all the TV series
That's right.
that Blockbuster has, but realistically, we've got even more than they do. And guess what? You don't have to worry about hopping in your car and making the mad dash and dropping that disc in the chute before it's late. You don't have to worry about that. Just pay us up front, pay us that $7.99 a month, and you got access, unlimited access to our entire library.
Right.
I mean, you like
$2.
convenience, don't
That's
you?
right.
Of course you do. Do you really? Wait. Okay, so here's your choice. You can hop in your car and drive halfway across town
Right.
to drop a disc in a slot and hope that you're not late and
Right.
get charged. Or you can give us $7.99, have unlimited access for that whole month, and you don't have to burn your gas. You don't have to deal with the stress of making sure that you're not late with the return. You don't have to worry about anything. And all you do is just hold the remote, point it towards your TV, and choose and scroll down the screen until you find something you like. I mean, does that sound good to you? I know it
Sherminator
sounds good
cracking
to
me up.
me.
That's right. That's so right.
And the rest is
That's so
history.
right. And the rest was history.
The rest is
And look,
history.
you ain't got to worry about your movie scratching. You ain't got to worry about somebody stealing your movies. You ain't got to worry about. See
That's
what I'm saying?
right. That's right.
That's the future, man. And people just
That's
gotta.
right.
It's like I understand you. We're dinosaurs. We like our artifacts. We like our fossils. But man, when the industry calls for change, there's nothing you
Yeah.
gonna do about it, man. There's too many
That's right.
investors. Because what people don't understand is
That's
there's
right.
investors, there's people with big money that are counting on this stuff to succeed.
Well, and again, keep in mind, folks, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that we're talking about a company, and I know I might be beating this into the ground, but I'm doing it for a reason. We're talking about a company that literally has unlimited funding. We're talking about a company
Yeah,
whose pockets are so deep.
right. When you got $1 trillion, it's hard to blow all of that. It's
More
it's
than a
very
trillion.
hard to blow. Yeah, it's hard to blow it. It's hard to blow it, man.
that type of funding allows you to take chances.
Exactly.
But
That's right.
but
Now
to do
you
it in
talking.
such a way, to where they can be thorough. They can leave no stone unturned. I mean, folks, we're talking about when we're talking about the whole cloud. What for the uninitiated, when you hear the term cloud, many of you out there may know this, but for the benefit of those who don't, whenever you hear the term cloud, what we're basically saying and describing to you is a huge swath of land that basically is engulfed by servers.
Right.
We're talking acres and acres. That's one. You all have probably heard the term server farms. That's basically what the cloud is. It's like, and we're talking in some areas, we're talking server farms that are like a mile long
Right.
and half a mile wide with nothing but servers. And those servers is what provides all that information, the storage information, stuff that can be stored and saved and retrieved back and forth at literally light speed. It creates a gigantic network. And in Microsoft's case, they are one of the biggest in the world. They have server farms literally all over the globe. Literally.
You're right.
So when you take that into account, the Azure network is what they call it. The Azure network is one of the biggest in the world. I think Amazon is the only one that comes close.
Right.
That's about it. So really, the game is Microsoft and Amazon. That's it. So part of that, having that massive structure, that massive online structure, cloud structure,
Right.
it allows them to do things like Game Pass.
Exactly.
I mean, it allows them to do that and to do it well. I mean, truthfully, I mean, look, Netflix is a great deal. I'm not going to lie to you. I think Netflix is great, what you pay. But to me, that's just my own opinion. I really believe that Game Pass is an even better deal.
Right.
Because of what you pay, and then what the access that you have. I mean, they keep saying, 100 plus games, but let's be honest. The last time I checked, it's just shy of 200 now. So you got access to 200 full games, not demos. I tell people this all the time, that haven't jumped on the Xbox train yet. One of my, I guess you could say, sales tactics, I always prop up Game Pass. I mean, you've got unlimited access to 200 games for $9.99 a month, and that's if you don't take advantage of the numerous deals that they always run. I mean, just full disclosure, literally last week, they were just wrapping up the spring sale, and they had 3 months of Game Pass for $1. $1 for 3 months. And then add that to, I had a special gift code that was 3 months. So I bundled them together. 6 months for $1. I mean, where else can you find something like that? And Microsoft, they do deals like that all the time. So to me, it's a no-brainer. It's just another thing that is going to make the Xbox brand even more attractive. That's my take on it.
You know what's crazy, man? You want to know what's crazy?
What's that?
Was while you was talking about that Game Pass, man, and we've been talking about Blockbuster, Netflix. Just what if, man? What if Microsoft? Just what if Game Pass evolves, right? And not only becomes Microsoft's avenue to movies, but to games as well, right there on Game Pass. Because you see it right now. You see it. We got access to movies on our community feed. When we scroll across the information tabs, it goes into the movie.
I hadn't thought of that.
Me neither, until you just said that, and I was saying, now what if Sherminator's got a point right here. Now what if Microsoft just says, hey, we're throwing in movies over here for $1, $2.99. You want to watch them tonight? What, dude? Because you got to understand something. Microsoft is understanding the gaming culture. Movies, comic books, look. Apparel. See, we can even order our own. This is what people don't understand.
Yeah. Wow.
When they start talking about when they start talking about how, you know, Xbox don't have their games, it's not exclusive because it's not on Xbox. When you know, it's almost getting to the point to where when you hear somebody like that, they must simply either like sounding dumb. It's either one of the two. Either you like sounding like an idiot, or you truly don't understand what Microsoft does. Listen, people, I'm gonna say this one more time. Windows 10 operates our console. Without it, we don't have an Xbox to play on. Let me repeat that word again. An OS, and it's called Windows 10. Without that OS, we're not playing no game on our Xbox, okay? So, if you take the Ghost, it's just the OS, people. It's just the Ghost. If I take that Ghost and move it over into a rig, into a PC, into my modem or whatever, and I implement it there in the memory, and it's on the CPU, and I got all of it there, and I decide to open up, here it is, Sherminator, hint hint, the store. Now when you buy from that store, from your Windows PC, hint hint, your Windows PC, because you can have another operating system, but you chose to have a Windows PC. So you do care about the Microsoft Xbox community because you were willing to get the Windows 10 operating system. And when you go there to go buy an Xbox game, that same store that you buy that Xbox game from, what do you think we buy? What kind of store do you think we're buying off our Xbox consoles? The same damn store. Guess what it's called, Sherminator? Is our store called the Xbox store? Is our store called the Windows PC 10 store? What the hell is that store called? It's called the Microsoft Market. There you go. There you go. The same damn name you pay for your Xbox games for your computer. That's it. Let's just keep it real. Stop saying Windows PC. No, on your computer. Because why I say your computer, people? See, it gets real on Dirrec Gaming. It gets real here. See what I'm saying?
Come on now.
This is true Xbox fans here. We talk
Start
Xbox
preaching,
talk.
brother.
We're not here for propagandas. I'm not here to tickle your ear. I'm not a false prophet. I'm not a false teacher. I'm not here to itch your ears, man. I'm here to tell you what's good. What's the truth? Here's the truth, man. The same freaking entity that you pay your games off of is the same entity we pay our games off of. It doesn't say Xbox Marketplace. It says Microsoft Microsoft Windows. It says Microsoft Marketplace Store. You buy whatever the heck you want off of it. It's the same store. So if it's the same store, how can it not be exclusive? Let's put that in it. Let's put that in context. If I go to Walmart, here it is, man. This is how we're gonna get real. If I go to a Walmart Supercenter, if I go to a Walmart regular center, or if I go to a Walmart neighborhood center, and I purchase out of that damn store, did I not contribute to Walmart? Yes or no? It doesn't matter.
A resounding yes.
It didn't matter. Okay. If I bought 7-Up from a vending machine, if I bought 7-Up at the bowling alley, or if I bought 7-Up at the convenience store, who got paid? A bit of the convenience stores. Let's don't get too far off, but still purchased into the 7-Up brand, which is Coca-Cola.
Right. So wait. So I see where you're going with this. So
big business. So here it is, Sherminator.
Yeah.
What business do you know? See, in reality world, What business do you know limits itself to itself? That's not what business is about. That's why it's
No.
called business. Why do you think people
Right.
say mind your own business? That's when you're being too nosy. That's when you're out and
Mm-hmm.
about. And that word, mind your own business. Because business has always been about spreading out.
Right. Right. Exactly. You know, it's interesting using uh, conceptualizing the theme that you're talking about right now. Here's a good. You just made me think of something. Here's another way to look at it. So, um, you say you go and buy a new car, right?
Right,
And say you buy a Chevy,
right,
right? And then say I want to say I decide to buy a car, right? And I decide to buy a Buick.
right,
And then my brother, he decides to buy a car,
right,
and he decides to buy a Cadillac.
right.
All right.
I know
So
what you
you
about
got
to
a
say.
Chevy,
Yeah, you're
I
hilarious,
got a
man.
Buick,
Right.
I got a Buick. My brother got a
Right.
Cadillac.
Exactly. And somebody wants to buy a
All right.
Caprice or no Impala. I know where you're going with that.
Right. So at the end of the day, you know, okay, you got a Chevy, I got a Buick. My brother over there got a Cadillac.
Right.
But when it's
Conclude
all
this
said and
matter.
done,
That's right. When it's all
right?
said and done,
What
Sherminator. Preach.
when it's all said and done,
Preach.
where's the money
When it's
going?
all said and done, Sherminator.
Who are you supporting?
Who you
General
supporting?
Motors.
That's right. That's
General
right.
Motors.
Right.
General Motors. It's all consolidated to the same
That's
source.
right. The same source. Now let's flip it. Let's flip it for a minute. If I'm not even gonna bring up the other name, so I'm gonna use the friendly one. If I bought, right, I'm not even gonna bring them up,
I
right?
feel you. I feel you. Okay,
Let's
it's
go
all
with
right. It's all
let's
good.
go with the friendly one. Let's go with the friendly one.
All right. Okay.
If I decided to purchase a DS and purchase
Mhm.
the games on the DS, and
Mhm.
I decided to get the Switch and purchase some games for the Switch,
Mhm.
whether I bought the DS and its games, and whether I bought the Switch and its games, where
Mhm.
did that money go to? It goes to Nintendo. If I
That's right.
invest on their online, the weakest online out there, it still goes to Nintendo. No
Mhm.
company is going to limit itself to one hustle. So, my question is this. If Mario Brothers is on mobile, does that mean Mario the character is no longer exclusive to Nintendo just because I can play it on my phone? Think about that.
Of course not. Of
Think
course
how
not.
stupid somebody sounds now.
That's
So,
ridiculous.
right. So the whole thing is this. There is actually not one, here's the truth. On Direct Gaming, here's the truth. There's no company, gaming company, that is solely exclusive to its own self. Not not the PP, the PS, not the Nintendo, and not the Xbox community. None
No
of
smart
them.
company.
That's right. No smart. That's right. Because even the PS community, even them, and I was saying the PP, but I was really talking about the PlayStation Pro and the PlayStation VR. So when I meant PP, I didn't want to. I didn't want to go over nobody's head. It was it was the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation VR. And look at that, the PlayStation VR. Huh?
Oh
That's
man.
another. That's another segment.
Uh,
Nobody in their right mind. And so each one of all these companies are going in a direction that they think is better for their company, right? But
mhm. Mhm.
here's where Microsoft is standing out. Because Microsoft has the money, Microsoft been had the technology, and Microsoft has been standing firm in their direction. The cloud is the future.
Mhm.
So since the cloud is the future, let's see what Phil Spencer had to say about it. This is Phil's own words, Sherman, as we're going to speak on this. I have good source of information right here.
Hmm.
And this has got to do with Phil Spencer being asked about what he thinks and what he feels is going as far as the E3 this year, and what the hype and everything is all about for it. How does he feel about it?
Okay.
Here's Phil Spencer. This is gonna be a fun E3 for us, enthusiast Spencer. There was obviously some news back in the fall, and we had a discussion about should we go big? Should we save some money, Sherminator? That
Hmm.
was the discussion. And they decided no. We're going to do our thing, and we're going to go and be as big at E3 as we've ever been. Now, watch this. Here's what I was talking about today earlier before we actually started this show. When I said, I look for things that are passionate, right? Watch this, man. This guy says, and I love that opportunity. He's seizing on the fact that Xbox is going to have the
Hmm.
grand stage. The news
Hmm.
being that Sony has chosen not to attend this year's E3, which Microsoft has seen as a great opportunity to take central stage. Here's Phil Spencer. The timing, look at that, the timing. So what that tells you is that they were just waiting for that opportunity. Let the
Hmm.
industry play itself out. Are people not paying attention? Microsoft told everybody, this is not a sprint but a marathon.
Right.
The timing couldn't be better. Phil Spencer and his team have been hard at work for the past 5 years to put Xbox at the forefront. That's been the vision. The vision is to
Hmm.
put Xbox number one, of providing the best games available. The final part of the strategy, here it goes. That's it. The final part of the strategy, it seems, was the series of studio acquisitions that saw first party support increase to 13 studios. So, what does that say, Shern? That says all their plans have been met. And when we saw the acquisition of studios, that was the final piece of the
Right.
plan. While the announcements of the purchases didn't reveal any new games, the developers are now better positioned to show the fruits of their labor. Now we're in execution mode. That's Phil Spencer explains. Sherminator,
Yes,
I'll
sir.
repeat. What did Phil Spencer just say? He said we are now in execution mode. When you execute something, what do you do with it?
Right.
Thank you.
You implement.
I look at
Yeah.
2019 and where we're going with future consoles, Xcloud coming to PC in much bigger way this year, doing some things that we've been talking about for a while on PC this year. This is a year where it's not strategy sync. It's roll up our sleeves and show. Big spender. Spencer also spent the
Yeah.
time explaining the strategy behind those studio acquisitions. The real goal for the studios for me is to get a large enough studio base where we can delight and surprise ourselves and our fans with games, says Spencer. And it's on a regular cadence, so we're not always pinched to say, okay, what can we announce? Now, can we say, or what do we have to announce? And which of these things do we actually want to announce? And what do we want to let sit and percolate a little longer? See, that's been the problem. And we're going to be honest. Hasn't that been the
Yeah.
problem? Microsoft
Yeah.
sees that. Now they want to get to a point where, man, let's just throw some games out
Yeah.
there, man. We ain't got to be sitting around here being hesitant no more. Get studios, get enough developers to where we can just put out games. And he says this puts Microsoft in a really great position, one in which the company hasn't been for a long time, admits Spencer. The developers are
Hmm.
now better positioned to show the fruits of their labor, man. There's already plenty of speculation floating around, given that Microsoft has been pretty vocal about the fact it is developing a successor or even successors to the Xbox One, which is currently codenamed Scarlet. Will it take the opportunity to formally announce the new consoles? Then there's Halo Infinite, which was only teased at during last year's E3. Will we get to see some more of that, of what 343 Industries is cooking up in the near future? And these are just the things that we already know exist. The bound to be some big announcements of games coming out of the rosters of new studios. But whatever that is, it's hiding it's in its sleeve. We're sure to be in for an exciting show for Microsoft. We don't normally like to wish this year away, especially so early on. But E3 can't come soon enough. You heard it from Phil Spencer's own mouth. You see the excitement right there. And I'm telling you right now, Sherminator, I think we're about to see Microsoft become that giant that it's always been. And man, it's just gonna have to take over, man, and lead this way. They have everything. They're integrated. They're self-integrated. They don't need an outside source.
No.
They are their own
No,
source.
they don't. Yeah.
Their own
Yeah.
source, man.
Yeah.
And it takes time to do that.
Well, you know what? I always like to, again, and I don't think it gets, it gets emphasized enough. The fact that Microsoft does not have to farm out its services. They can do everything in house. Sure, of course, we're not talking about third-party companies, but as far as all the infrastructure, they have all that handled themselves, and within the very near future, it's going to show. You're gonna, like you said, you're gonna see the fruits of all that intense labor. I like to compare it to, as far as all the stuff that they have going on internally and the benefits to that. It's kind of like, I consider myself a down-to-earth guy, and I know me saying that might come across the exact opposite, but I just look at things from I guess an organic perspective. And in this case, it's kind of like with the whole in-house being able to do it themselves versus having to go elsewhere to get stuff done. To me, it's kind of like fast food versus home cooking.
Right.
Now, I don't know anybody that prefers fast food to home cooking.
Right.
I mean, true, home cooking is a bit more inconvenient and it takes some work, but
right.
at the end of the day, look, give me some homemade macaroni and cheese
Right.
versus that stuff in a box any day.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my wife because she makes the
Right.
bomb homemade macaroni
Exactly,
and cheese,
right? Right.
So I'm just saying it's kind of the same deal. When you are able, and again, when you got deep pockets like Microsoft, when you're able to just go all in and look, we're gonna do this ourselves, we're gonna do it right, we're not sparing any expense, and because we're doing it in-house, we can keep tabs on it to make sure it's done right. And there's something special about that.
Right.
And in regards to what else you said, as far as keeping the lid on stuff, I truly believe Microsoft learned their lesson in regards to that. I'll go out on a limb and say, the most recent example, Crackdown 3. Now, if Microsoft had released Crackdown 3 and had never, however many years ago it was, back in 2014, I think, that if they had never shown that destructible footage and let everybody know, oh, here's what we're working on, blah, blah, blah. If they had never done that, right, and then just out the blue, oh, you know what, Crackdown 3, bam, here you go.
Exactly.
I think that people probably would have, especially the campaign mode, people probably would have been like, oh, snap. this is the bomb.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I- But I think because they had spent all those years hyping up the fully destructible environments, and all that kind of stuff, I think it kind of watered down the reception. And
Exactly.
so, and again, so there's that with Crackdown 3. And of course, the whole Scalebound thing is legendary, where they spent all that time talking about Scalebound and only for, the whole project to be canceled. Um, I've read where Phil Spencer has said in various interviews, like, yeah, you know what, we kind of learned our lesson with those instances, so we're gonna take a few steps back and keep stuff a bit more subdued and quiet. Uh, now of course their marquee titles, like you said, Halo Infinite, Gears 5, and other marquee Microsoft properties. Of course, eh, you're almost obligated to say, "Hey, we're working on the next Gears, or we're working on the next Halo project." Um, but other stuff, I think it's a smart move. I really do. I think it's a very smart move for them to just like not let everybody know, so that and especially with all these studios that they got now, so that when the games are ready, and then they just like toss them out there and just totally blow away the gaming audience. I think that surprise factor now I think it's gonna really work in their favor. I really, really do.
Yeah, man. This is one thing. Um, about you, man, that I've always, been able
What's wrong with you?
to understand, man. Your delivery, your in-depth knowledge, man. The way you have a way to break things down. That's one of the things, man, that made me look your way, man, when when you be on podcasts or when you would speak, man, because you're so thorough and you can tell that you do your research, you pay attention, and for so long, man, I was like, man, who is this guy? I became a fan of your delivery, man, and
Oh
I
my
like I said,
goodness.
man, I'm serious, man. I became a fan of your delivery, and
I appreciate you, brother.
yeah, man, man, when like I told you, I was listening to you talk about Peter Moore, and I was like, man, this guy went all the way back
All
and
right.
brought
Yeah,
him
you talking about
all the
that
way up.
conversation I had with Peter Moore?
Yeah,
You talking
and
about
you
when I
brought
when
it.
I wound up talking to him by accident?
Yeah, man, it was crazy, man, and it's so like, this guy Sherminator, he has to be heard. I just didn't know how to. I was like, this guy has to, you got to be heard. People need to know who you are, man. And like I said, man,
I appreciate that.
you a great asset, man. We've had people, the Xbox community, man, has had some real good people, and it still has some great people who just enjoy that community, man. I see them on Twitter. Sadly, but truthfully, we had a guy like Xbox Addict. We've got an array of just good people that really, really had a chance to thrive in this great community, man. But and we have them all, man. We do, like everybody has a range of gamers. It's not like Xbox doesn't have casual gamers. It does. The beautiful thing about Xbox is that it was based on competitive mode. It was based on competitive community gaming, more leaning towards the hardcore gaming, and that's what makes me feel good about having the X. That's what makes me feel good about taking it to one more console, in the future, because that's where I come from, sir. I mean, that's where I come from, man. And like I said, when I decided to really take online seriously, like really online seriously, not just to play it, not just to have Xbox Live throughout the years, but to really dig in, I took that chance when I got into Gears of War 3, man. And that's when I really dug in, man. and fell in love with it. Cause I was always playing Gears, but I never just dove into the multiplayer online like that, and get into that community like that up until Gears 3. That's when I really started appreciating what live brought to the table for me. That's when I started appreciating it. And I met so many
Well,
people,
I mean,
son.
right. Well, that's the beauty part about it, you know. The relationships that get forged, and you know, I can't speak to that other system, as you put it. I can't speak to the community as far as the way they interact with themselves, but I can only speak to the Xbox community, and I truly believe that, generally speaking, the Xbox community has the most sincere, genuine, well-rounded group of online gamers. Um, I've made quite a number of friends, and and some of them extremely close, and you know, you definitely fall in that category, brother. Uh, so you know what we got going on right now. This is just a prime example of what I'm talking about. So again, maybe on that other system, maybe it's like that too, but for some strange reason, I kind of doubt it. I just got this feeling that it's not the same. So, uh, yeah, man. Uh, uh, the Xbox user base, I really believe that there's a lot of good things in store, and people are going to be, I think they're going to be pleasantly surprised
Yeah.
next month at the E3. I think it's going to be, you know, and not just for the Xbox customer. I think the industry is really about to be shook up. Um, and, you know, we'll see, but I got a good feeling about it. I really do.
It's gonna be huge, man. I don't. I think it's gonna be what we need, what we've been wanting, man. And you know, to be honest with you, Sean, it was never about us taking over the industry, and it's always, you know, about Xbox. That's not what it was about for us, man. It's always been about how in the heck can we be balling with one of the biggest companies in the world, yet knowing that what we've had we can't get right now. That's where the
Right,
Xbox, true Xbox fans, urge at. That's where we're like,
right.
we're cringing because we're like, yo, we seen what y'all can do.
Hmm.
How is it that we're limiting? It feels like our experiences are being limited when we know when you've already given us things, and now we have a better console and we don't have these things. Doesn't make sense. It's like we went backwards. You see what I'm saying? Like we went backwards in a
Yeah,
way when
yeah,
we ought to
yeah.
be moving forward. Like we feel like, how did we go from that? That's the thing. That's more of what the real Xbox community feels, man. That's why certain things just, it makes us upset because there was things that we, like I said, man, that Snapchat, you if you didn't, like, now I have to literally go to achievements if you're searching for achievements, right? And you don't
Hmm.
understand it, you have to actually go to the achievements, Xbox achievements, go look it up, or go on the Edge, look it up, True Achievements, look it up, whatever. Wherever you gotta go look it up. But before that, and there's nothing wrong with, we can still have our True Achievements because that's Xbox. Because a lot of the stuff
Right.
you can learn, you can break it down, you can check your records,
Hmm.
you can do more than just look for achievements on True Achievements. We know that.
Right, right.
But when we had that snap feature, it was solely implemented into that game.
Yeah,
What made it
yeah.
great was when you didn't know what was going on, just do something. Let me go
Hmm.
shoot a zombie in the head. Pow! When you shot a zombie in the head and it moved, oh, so Okay, so I must have to shoot 1,000 zombies in the head to unlock it. You know,
Right.
the thing moved, so you knew. Oh, okay, that's what I gotta do. You didn't have to sit
Right.
there being stuck. You play the game. It's gonna.
Right.
You see what I'm saying, Sherman? When that
Mm-hmm.
block moved, you knew. Okay, that's what I'm doing. That's what I wasn't doing. That's gaming. The snap feature made it to where it didn't hold your hand. You figured it out as you gamed. See,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. You know, it was some things in there that just, I hope, man, that they bring that back. That was a feature, man. That
Yeah.
was you
Yeah.
know what? You don't have to do. I get it if you can't split it for shows and things like that. Fine, but man, split it for gaming. The mixer, there's no reason why mixer can't just automatically come with that side right there, with that chat side. You shouldn't have to be a special mixer partner, person to have that big chat. That should already be there. Just like when we signed into Twitter. I mean, not Twitter, Twitch. We don't have Twitch anymore
Right.
like that. But when you signed into Twitch, it
Right.
gave you that. It gave you its side. It gave it
Mm-hmm.
to you. You can't complain about your screen because that's what broadcasting does. You give
Right.
up a part of your screen to broadcast. That's just common sense, people.
Mm-hmm.
It's common sense. But at least get it together, get it right, get it where it needs to be, man. It's just too
Right.
much. That's the thing. The build up is time. The sentence of it's time to get it is getting old. It's no longer, man. We need to get it. It's time to get things done. That should be the
Right.
narrative now. This E3 should be no more, with that feeling of, man, I wonder if Xbox. That's a shame that we should even be putting wonder with the word Xbox. It should be just, man, boy, Xbox is gonna. That certainty should be there. When Microsoft gets Xbox back to where there was no more uncertainty, it's back.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we had the OG Xbox, man, there was certainty. Man, we was getting J
Yeah.
Empire. Look at them games we was getting. Fable,
Oh,
J
yeah,
Empire,
man.
Ninja Gaiden, Halo.
Yeah.
We was getting them. and this was before we didn't even have Forza. We had Project Gotham Racing. Think about it.
Right.
We
Right.
had all them great games.
Yeah.
You had your
Yeah, there was
animated
you
games, you had
know-
your little cartoon games, you had Conquer. You
Right.
had all this stuff, man.
Yeah. You had a lot of exclusives that that nobody else had,
Right.
and they were outstanding. I mean, you know, the gameplay elements were just totally unique. The one thing when you brought that up just now, the one thing that jumped to my mind immediately was Blinks.
Yep.
I
yeah,
mean,
Blinks.
Man, I couldn't tell you how many hours I spent on that game because it was just the whole time reversal thing had never been done before.
Right.
It was just, there were so many properties, like you said, Gotham. Oh man, one of my favorites, which I'm hoping, man, and right now I'm putting my hands together right now as I say this. I'm hoping and praying that now that Ninja Theory is part of the Microsoft family, I'm hoping that they go ahead and do an all new version of Kung Fu Chaos.
Yo, that'd be dope.
Oh man, I loved Kung Fu Chaos, man. Kung Fu Chaos, to me, was like the ultimate party game. It was so much fun, and it was hilarious. I mean, it was just so man, and a lot of people forgot that Ninja Theory did that game. It was one of their earlier games. Yeah, and to me that would be it's like a no-brainer. I mean, yeah, of course, Ninja Theories, they've grown, their capabilities have improved, but to me, take that talent that you've obviously improved upon, and take to me, just my own personal opinion, one of your most underrated properties, and just like improve on it 1,000%. I mean, oh wow! When I think about what they could do with that now, you know, one can only hope, man. So, yeah, you know, it's just there's a lot that they can do now, and I think it's gonna be. It's like you said, the time is up for just talking. And Phil
Right.
Spencer said it. You know, they got all the pieces in place. Now it's time to make it come to fruition. And I think we're about to see the first wave of that.
Yeah, man. I
So
think
yeah,
the first wave of it's gonna be ridiculous, bro. I think we're finally gonna get a glimpse of what these devs been working on. I think we're
hmm
gonna see some good old cloud computing. I want to see some good cloud computing, man. I want to see some changes. I want to see a new dash. I just want to, man. I just want to get it to where, everything speaks for itself. It's really not gonna
hmm
be right. That's where I kind of want to see it, where everything starts panning together. Everything what we know Microsoft can bring for Xbox. That's where I want to see, man, so I can salute them, and because we know, man, it takes time. We know that, and they're being quiet. We know all of these things. We want to see it happen for them, man. These guys
right,
been
right,
working real hard. It's always
right.
against the grain. Like they always got to go uphill, and now, man, I think that they're at a point where now they can let things roll, man. It's easier
Yeah,
to just let that things roll down that mountainside, man.
right. Well, and again, like you said, using that mountainside analogy, uh, it's probably going to be a snow-covered mountainside. So, you know what that means.
That means that little ball turns
That's
into a big ball, a
that's right,
abominable
brother.
snowman
That's right.
ball.
That's right.
That's it.
Exactly. And it makes perfect sense. It really, really does. You know, it's just, um, you, see, I just keep thinking about the fact of Microsoft's resources and the fact that, and again, going back to Phil, he's mentioned in various interviews about how Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, has basically told him, hey, you know what? Do what you want to do. So, when you've got those deep, 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 deep pockets, and then when you got the big boss, you know, uh, telling you like, you know what? I trust you. Go for it. That's just a recipe for big things to happen. Uh, and it doesn't hurt that we're talking about one of the biggest companies in the world doing it. Um,
Right.
I guess for me personally, and what I try and get people to understand is that right about now, I think it would be really, really silly to count them out.
Right. Yeah, it would be real silly. Real silly, sir. Real
Yeah,
silly to
I
count
think
them out.
I think it's almost uh you would have to be literally what's the term I want to use? You would have to be uh, either just completely jaded or one-sided. But even with that, uh, that doesn't make much sense to me. Simply because you've got even the competition, even the competition, deep down, they know who they're dealing with. They
Right.
gotta know. Which in the case of like, I like the way you put this earlier, as far as the nice one, the nice
Right.
competition. So even with in regards to Nintendo, um, one could argue that they've got a relatively friendly relationship with Microsoft. I mean, it's common knowledge that Reggie Fils-Aimé and Phil Spencer are friends. I mean, that's common knowledge. Both of them, at one time or another, have spoken about the friendship that exists between the two of them.
Right.
I mean, they would get together and, hang out. They do lunch together. In fact, I think it was E3 last year when they were talking about, Phil just casually mentioned, like, yeah, okay, we got to hurry up and finish this because I got to meet up with Reggie.
Right.
We're gonna have lunch at such and such spot, and
Right.
he just said Reggie, and then the interviewer was like, wait, you mean Phil's a May? And so he goes, yeah. Oh, y'all hanging out?
Right.
And so he goes, yeah, we do that all the time. So it's kind of like, is it to me anyway, it wasn't a surprise when the little rumors started dropping about, it's possible Game Pass gonna show up for Nintendo, or hey, did you hear about Cuphead? Cuphead might show up on the Switch, and I wasn't surprised. I really wasn't. So again, I'm not saying it's the only reason why Nintendo's being friendly with Microsoft, but it might play a role. I mean, when Microsoft is as big as they are, and plus the fact, like you mentioned earlier, about how unfortunately Nintendo's online presence is a bit lacking. That's no secret. And the fact that, there's been talk that, hey, maybe Microsoft may handle the online stuff for Nintendo, which, again, to me makes perfect sense because of the whole cross-play scenario. I mean, Rocket League on Xbox is compatible with Rocket League on the Switch.
Right.
Same thing with Paladins. Paladins on the Xbox, Paladins on the Switch. They got the crossplay going on, and of course we already know about Minecraft and a few other titles. So why not let them go ahead and say, hey, you know what? We understand. You're online. You're having issues with your online. Hey, you want us to handle that for you? We'll hook you up. We'll give you a deal. I mean, to me, that kind of makes sense. So, it's only I think it's only a good thing. Now, with that being said, we're at the point in this whole console video game industry thing to where there are good surprises and then there are shocking surprises.
Right.
Now, I would not be surprised if some shocking surprises come into play. And by shocking, I mean like something that's like totally way from left field. I'm talking like acquisitions, and I don't mean studio acquisitions. And I know I don't want to just say it outright, but you can probably read between the lines. Because when you are worth over $1 trillion, you could pretty much buy anybody, any company you want.
Right.
I mean, realistically.
Right.
And that includes your competitors.
That's true.
You know, especially when one of your competitors is only worth $45 billion.
Right. Not even close, man.
So yeah, right. I'm talking about the whole company. When your main video game competitor, and that's how I'm gonna, for the remainder of the show, that's how I'm going to refer to them. Because as far as I'm concerned, the shameless should remain nameless.
Right.
So, like, when your main competitor is only worth $45 billion, and yet you're worth more than $1 trillion, you could buy them literally, I don't know, 15 times over?
Right.
I mean, seriously. So, I'm not saying that they would do it, but they could.
They could, yeah.
They
Because
really
they can get
could.
the assets. What they'll do is just get what they want.
Right.
Get the assets. They may not even want everything. They just get some things that they think could
Man.
help it. That's right.
You know, they could do it just to get a hold of the movie studio.
Yeah, there you go. Stuff like that. Exactly, man. Exactly.
Because see, and that would fall in line directly with what you said a little while ago about, you know, merging the whole Game Pass concept to include, you know, the movies that they have available, and all that. I mean, who's to say that they wouldn't do it just to get a hold of their movie studio, which would mean that would grant them full access to all those movie properties, all the television properties. Uh, um, oh my goodness, I just thought all the music properties.
That's right.
You know, because that's the one thing. And since you brought up
Throw
earlier about
throw the
like,
insurance away. You don't even need that. Throw that crap
right,
away.
right, yeah,
Don't
exactly.
even need
Because you know, that's the one thing. As far as like, you know, you mentioned about how you miss the snap feature, and I do too. Because, you know, just for the record, you were talking about how you used to tune into the NFL games while you were playing. Man, I used to do the same thing with the NBA games. Man, I have an NBA game. You know, yeah, I'm out west, but I'm originally from Michigan, and I would be watching my Pistons all the time. I'd be watching the Detroit Pistons play while I'm playing on the Xbox through the snap feature. So yeah, I
Right.
definitely missed that.
Remember
But
that? That's crazy.
the one,
Yeah, exactly.
but the one thing that I'm a little bit more upset about with Microsoft was when they got rid of Groove, because it never made sense to me that if you're paying for Xbox Live,
Right.
I never understood why they didn't include the Groove service
Right.
with the paid subscription for Xbox Live Gold. That, to me, that would have been a no-brainer. Um, so why, to me, I'm like, well, you know what? If what you're saying, what you said earlier, if they were to implement that, and roll in their movie services with the games, make that available, I mean, who's to say that they wouldn't bring back their music service?
Right.
And you know, if they were to say purchase that other company just for the movie rights and the music rights, well, bam, problem solved.
Right. There you go.
It's just
Right.
a thought.
Nah, you're right,
Just a
man.
thought.
It's a lot of capabilities there. It's a lot of capabilities
Yeah.
there. And
Yeah.
and you know, we're here to just make, you know, it's gonna happen. I'm at the point where it's just gonna happen, man. It has come to a time where if you just didn't like to see Xbox on top, this is not the year for you, man.
Well, you know, look,
This is just not gonna be
and
the
you're
year
absolutely
for you.
right. You're absolutely right. And here's the thing about that. It the whole, you know, let's diss Microsoft, you know, let's bash on Xbox. You know, it used to bug me. Sometimes it still does, but not as much, because what I had to do, I had to come to the realization, and this is an unfortunate realization, but it's realistic nonetheless. And I had to realize something. You know, unfortunately, within the video game industry, and it's been like this, truthfully, since gaming became mainstream. And I'm talking about going all the way back to the 1970s.
Right.
You know, and I know I'm giving away my age, but that's okay. I'm proud of it. I was there in the 70s. I remember. You know, within the gaming industry, it seems as if there has to always be at least one whipping boy.
Right.
Back in the day, in the 70s, when the Atari 2600 was king, there was Atari and Intellivision. The Intellivision was the one that was the whipping boy.
That's right.
Mattel.
And that's what
Mattel
I had.
Electronics
Yep.
Mattel they were the ones that always got dissed. They were the ones, and even a little later on when the ColecoVision showed up, which was really a system that was ahead of its time back then.
Right.
But even the ColecoVision got more love than the Intellivision. Mattel, they were always just, Atari was just like, they were the ones to beat, and they held it over everybody's head. And people, the gaming audience, they were all about Atari, and then eventually all about ColecoVision. But Intellivision was that red-headed stepchild that could not seem to get any love.
You're right, and it was the better console.
So you're right. So you had that, right? So there was that period. Then fast forward, you had Nintendo come along, and then it was Nintendo and Sega, and the two of them battled it out for a while. And we all know how that went down. Everybody was on Team Nintendo. And no matter how Sega tried, now Sega did well with the Genesis.
Right.
And, depending on what part of the planet you're on, it was known as the Mega Drive. But Sega did well with the Genesis, / Mega Drive. But even with that success, as far as PR-wise, people were always beating up on Sega. Sega could never do anything right. Even though the characters that came out of Sega's in-house studios to this day are still some of the most memorable characters in gaming history. I mean, come on. I don't even have to say Sonic the Hedgehog. But he wasn't the only one. Jet Set Radio. At the time, which I do not understand why Sega has not revisited this property. Burning Rangers. Oh my goodness, why would they let that go? There's a bunch of them. Rez and what was that other one? It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember. But anyway, there's a bunch of course, the Panzer Dragoon series, all that stuff. I mean, Sega was responsible for a lot of acclaimed properties, but yet Sega just was always getting dissed. Toe Jam and Earl. Come on, man. Toe Jam and Earl.
Right. Because the streets, man, the streets was not, at the time, the streets was trying to get out of that casual jump on top of something and break its head, bust a block. It wanted to, the arcades were coming back, and people wanted an arcade feel. Sega gave us the arcade feel in the console. They were the ones that said, hey, this is the arcade edition.
Well, and you know why? Because if you think back then when the arcade was king, which company was king of the arcades? It was Sega.
Sega.
Man, yeah. Sega had some, just even their cabinets. Do you remember Sega was the first one to have those interactive cabinets, remember? Where like with Afterburner, it was like you were sitting in the cockpit and that sucker would move depending on how you would move the joystick.
Right.
The whole cabinet, it was like you were in a jet. You were literally in a fighter jet.
Exactly.
Sega was like, I'll go so far as to say, back in the arcade glory days, Sega was the badass company of the arcade industry. They really were.
You ain't lying.
But yet in the home console industry, people just felt the need to diss them. And so that was between Sega and Nintendo. And then when Sony jumped into the fray, Sega really just kind of like, people just really dogged them. They just, to the point where Sega was just like, you know what? Nah, forget about it. After the Dreamcast, they just decided, well, you know what? We're just not going to bother anymore. And which was a shame because the Dreamcast was an awesome system. It really, really was. Which a lot of people don't know. And those that do know, a lot of them forgot that Microsoft here's a hip tip, a nice FYI. A lot of people do not know, but Microsoft actually helped Sega design the Dreamcast.
Looks like the only way out of here. There's gotta be a
That's
jump
facts.
Don't, yeah, yeah.
That
A lot
is
of people don't
facts.
know that, but it's true.
figure
Yeah, Microsoft actually helped Sega design the Dreamcast. Which I don't know. Do you remember, brother, where um,
Looks like that elevator.
when the OG Xbox, right before its release, it was deemed just a faulty rumor, but then afterwards,
Right.
some of the Sega execs admitted that it was true. Remember that on the OG Xbox, one of the big things about it, right when it was going to be released, was that it was going to be compatible to play Dreamcast games because Microsoft had been in talks to purchase Sega.
Facts.
They were actually gonna buy Sega, and Sega was gonna be a full Microsoft partner. And
That would have been
unfortunately,
dope.
oh
would've been
man,
super dope.
unfortunately that didn't happen. But who's to
Right.
say that it won't happen again? It still could
Right.
happen. Because I
True.
think, if I'm not mistaken, Sega just released a couple games for Xbox. I think last week,
Right.
if I'm not mistaken.
So
So,
we
um,
don't know what's going on.
yeah. But I mean, my point being, it seems as if within the video game industry, it just seems as if the industry, for whatever reason, can't seem to function properly unless one of the major players is the one that, basically has to take all the hits, who has to be disrespected, who has to be second guessed. And unfortunately, right now, it seems that's Microsoft's job.
Right.
But you know what? It only sets Microsoft to rebound stronger with every time that they, people count them out. It only sets them up to shock the masses that much more. Because, they did it with the Xbox One X. And I think they're going to do it with the Xcloud and definitely with the Anaconda. Man, I just got a funny feeling that the Anaconda is going to be ridiculously powerful.
I think it's gonna be off the chain, man. It's gonna blow us away, bro.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's really just gonna blow us away, man. We won't even have.
Yeah.
We're gonna be doing more laughing. The Xbox community is gonna be right. Because like you said, man, there's only so much you can talk about. And when that happens, man, when Microsoft's goal is to stop the talking. It wants us to get focused on our game, and we ain't got to sit up here and run our mouths. And if these people think that they gonna always end up having the upper hand, well, Microsoft has something in store for that. That's it, man. And they're making, like you said earlier, they're making it's more than just one console being made. That's incredible.
Right.
When you think of
They're
that,
covering their bases.
there you go. There you go.
They're covering their bases, man. They're covering their bases. I mean, it's I know I was teasing you earlier about the whole you're going casual thing.
Right.
Because I hear you talking, but I still don't believe you. But okay. Well, because you and I are a lot alike in the sense that we both like cutting edge stuff,
Right.
and so it's all indications are showing that the Anaconda is definitely going to bring it. But with that being said, the Lockhart is, I mean, for it to be tailored to serve that quote unquote casual market. I mean, how can you lose? Because you got that part covered, and then you got the hardcore covered, and then the gravy is going to be the Xcloud, where
True.
I mean, that's gonna it's if you want to call it market saturation, okay, that's fine, because from what I understand, they're talking about the IoTs, the Internet of Things. So just like you can access, just like the majority of televisions being sold right now come with an Android operating system in it.
Right.
From what I'm talking about, from what I've been hearing, Microsoft is talking about doing that same deal, where these new televisions are going to be able to access the Xcloud. So you'll be able to, like, for casual stuff, you'll be able to just like use your remote and kick in that Xcloud portion, and then bam, you're good. Um, Man, I wouldn't be surprised if you'll be able to play Xbox games. You know how they got on these new refrigerators? You got the screen, the touch screens.
Right.
You'll be able to play games on the refrigerator.
It's funny because you know what? Another big thing, since we was talking about, when I asked you what would you like for something to happen, man? I'm gonna tell you something that I think would be real big. If they were able to get all the games under achievement scores, like even OG Xbox games, man, when we're playing them, they can, and when people play them and beat them, just for the fact that it doesn't even have to be that many achievements, but like a I beat it accomplishment. Hey, you beat it.
Oh,
You get
yeah,
an achievement
yeah.
for that. That'd be something.
You know
worth
what?
it.
That would be nice because you remember, I guess it was a few years ago when they implemented that diamond achievement.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah.
Right. So where like if you manage to reach an achievement that I think is under 10% of the
Right.
population,
Sometimes it's
then you
like
get
this
that
10,
diamond.
8. Right.
Right, something like that, right? Yeah, that to me, what you just came up with, they could like, oh, I don't know. So if the one I just said was a diamond, I don't know, like a platinum, maybe, or something along those. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think it's a great idea because to get 100%, uh, let alone to beat the game and get 100%, because
Right.
you can beat a game and not get 100%. But
Exactly.
and I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. So are you saying that you should get an award if you just beat the game, or if you beat the game and get
Yeah,
100% achievement? Is that what
well, not so much as 100%, but just completing it. Because I know they have to go
Okay.
back and
Okay.
mess with it. So to not,
Right.
just something so people can have that record for it. They can. We
Right.
don't
No,
have to say
no.
what. Right. When I beat it, and somebody said, "Well, I don't believe you." Well, then you got something there. You just
Oh,
got
right.
something there
Yeah,
for
yeah.
proof.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense. And like you said, even if it's with the old back and pat stuff, yeah, they could definitely add that
Exactly.
in there. And I don't think it would be that difficult to do.
I don't
I
think
mean, let's be honest. If they can take some of these OG games
Right.
and make them Xbox One X enhanced, I mean, I was about to ask you, have you seen it? I
Oh yeah.
momentarily forgot who I'm on the show with. So forgive me for that, brother. Uh,
Nah.
uh, I know you've seen uh, the Xbox One X enhanced Ninja Gaiden,
Yeah, got it.
the one that they
Yeah,
just did.
yeah, part two. That's ridiculous. I got that one
Yeah,
too.
man,
Yeah,
man,
that's
that is
crazy,
like
man. It's
the
crazy.
way they. I mean, truthfully, it looks like something that just came out. It's mind blowing what they, and that's my point. If they could do that, if they could enhance that game the way they did, as old as it is, realistically, how difficult could it be for them to take your suggestion and to put put out a special award for literally completing the game? To me,
Right.
that would be just ridiculously easy.
Right.
Ridiculously
It's
easy.
not too
I
much
mean,
to
and
ask for.
truthfully, they could do it as an update. They could even do it
Yeah,
as an
exactly.
update for the games that are already out. Yeah, I think it. Yeah. So Microsoft, if you're listening, we're putting it out there. Uh, you know, at your leisure. We know you got a lot going on, but could you please make the time to implement a reward that's verifiable so that when we as gamers complete a game within your library, that there's some tangible evidence, some proof, some type of reward that will go in our profile. I don't think that's too much to ask.
No, it's not. No,
So
it's
there you
not.
go, brother. It's official.
So, Sherm,
The request has been made.
that's right, Sherm. So I want to get people. I want people to familiarize themselves with you a little bit, man. I want to talk about what got you into Xbox gaming and what kind of games that you like, man. What kind of games do you like? You know.
There we go.
Okay. Well, I'll take question A first. What got me into Xbox gaming? Well, you know,
Hello?
that's kind of a multi-tiered answer. So I'll try
Okay,
and
go ahead.
condense
Take
it.
your time. Yeah.
Basically, what got me interested into Xbox gaming, I remember when Microsoft first announced that they were in the process of creating their own console. And initially I had my doubts because, you know, at the time, Microsoft within the computing industry, you know, they were perceived as one step away from Big Brother, you know, oh, big evil Microsoft, oh, you know, that type of thing. And I'm not saying I bought into that, but at the time, back then, I was pro Sega.
Right.
I had me and a friend of mine back then in the late 90s, 98, 99, 2000. We had a website.
Right.
We had a website, and it was a Sega-centric website. And so I was just like 100% pro Sega. I was really, you know, I was all about Sega. And at that time, I had a second job working for EB Games, working for Electronics Boutique. And I was so deep into Sega that my manager, my boss, he was so impressed with my knowledge of Sega as far as, you know, the inner workings, the stuff that would go on behind the scenes. And you know, he was so impressed that anybody that came in with a question about
Right.
Sega, he wouldn't even bother answering it. He would just point him in my direction. And it was funny because the district manager and the regional manager of Electronics Boutique, they actually got wind of like my knowledge and my enthusiasm for it. And so they introduced me to like the local Sega rep.
Right.
And from there, you know, we kind of forged a relationship, which fast forward, like you had mentioned earlier about, you know, me conversing with Peter Moore. I always laugh when I think about that. How I wound up being able to interview Peter Moore when others, even so-called professionals within the gaming industry, they couldn't even get access to Peter Moore. And yet I managed to actually do a full-fledged interview with him. And it all of that, to sum it up, all of that transitioned into my enthusiasm for Xbox because through the connections that I made with people in Sega, with various people that worked for Sega, I found out that Sega was actively involved in the design of the Xbox, the first Xbox. So when I found that out, you know, and they were all like, you know, you can't tell anybody, shh, keep that under wraps, you know. But when I found that out, I was like, really? and at first I thought they were messing with me, but they not only did they verify it, it was multiple people that I had connections with in Sega, and they were all saying the same thing. Like, uh, we're helping Microsoft with their console that they're about to come out with. So at that point, I got really really enthused about the OG Xbox, because I'm thinking like, well, wow, man. So the Xbox it's gonna do this, and it's gonna, because they were telling me the stuff that was gonna be in the OG Xbox, and they swore me to secrecy. I couldn't say nothing, and I didn't have to sign a non-disclosure agreement or nothing, because technically the people within Sega that were telling me this stuff, their bosses didn't know that they were telling me this stuff. So it was like, Sherman, you can't say nothing, because if this gets out, I'm gonna get in big trouble, blah blah blah. So I was like, no problem, I appreciate you giving me this heads up. And so when at EB, at Electronics Boutique, when conversations would come up about like, yeah, did you hear about Microsoft's coming out with this? And I would just tell them like, hey, you know what? It's Microsoft, because they were like, oh, I don't know if Microsoft can pull it off. I don't know this. I don't know. And I'm telling them like, hey, this new Microsoft system is gonna be the truth. And they were like, man, what are you talking about? And I'm like, look, I got it on good authority. It's gonna be a game changer. There's stuff that they're doing with this new Microsoft system. This thing's going to be doing stuff that no other system to date has ever done. And they were like, get out of here. I'm like, yeah, okay. And they're like, oh, how do you know this? I'm like, I can't tell you how I know, but trust me, when it comes out, you're going to remember I told you this. And, fast forward, when it hit the shelves, those same people were like, sure, man, you were right. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah. So that is what got me into Xbox gaming in the first place. Because to be truthful, even though I had connects at Sega and they're giving me the heads up, I was still a little skeptical. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, okay, it's what they were saying at the time was so far out there. I'm like, okay, first of all, why would they do this? A hard drive?
Exactly.
Nobody was doing that. Nobody in a console. Why would you put a hard drive in a console? And because I'm thinking, and I remember when I was told that, I told one of them like, wait a minute, if you put a hard drive in a console, you're cheating yourself out of money, because at the time the only way to store your games was through memory cards.
Exactly.
And so I'm like, so you guys, they don't want people to buy memory cards. That's another cash flow. They're getting rid of a cash flow, and they you'll see. And so I have my doubts.
Your connection, sir. Your connection.
They're gonna change them. Even if they say they're gonna do it, they're gonna change their mind.
Sherm, your connection. Sherm, your connection. Sherm, your connection. Your connection, Sherm.
Everything that I was told.
Yo, Sherm, your connection bounced back.
Wow.
Sherm, your connection.
I'm gonna
you
have
hear
to
me?
get one of these. And
you hear me yet?
I didn't run out and get one right away. I took the wait and see.
Those are my last
But I had some friends that went on ahead and made that leap. And so I'm checking it out, and it was.
Yo, Sherm. I'll get him back in here, y'all. Sherm, yeah. Sherm, can you hear me? There you go.
Yeah.
Sherm.
My bad.
Go back,
yeah,
man.
I'm here.
You missed some pieces. Because you blacked out. Go back.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Go back. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
So when it came out, again, I was skeptical, because I'm thinking like, yeah, okay, they're saying it's going to have a hard drive, but it's not going to really do. No way. So I had my doubts, but then it came out, basically had everything that the insiders told me.
Right.
But I still took a wait and see approach. But you know, fortunately, some of my friends they went on ahead and made that leap, and they grabbed it. So I'm hanging out with them, checking it out, and you know, I was thoroughly impressed. Um, you know, I wasn't a huge fan of the controller, the Duke, but at the same time, though, I didn't think it was as bad as most people thought it was. I appreciated the fact that it was built like a tank,
Right.
because you know other controllers at that time, if you got mad and threw it across the room, well, you know what, time to get a new controller.
Right.
But that Duke, man, if you threw that controller at somebody, you could severely injure them. so, so I kind of appreciated that. But after goofing around with my friends' systems, I just went on ahead and made that plunge and made it for myself. And truthfully, haven't looked back since.
Right.
I mean, the OG Xbox, like we said earlier, it was so versatile, and it was so much you could do with it beyond gaming.
Right.
Of course, I was primarily using it for gaming, but I mean, the thing was just so. It was not pigeonholed. It was almost as if whatever you know what I like to the way I looked at the OG Xbox. I looked at it like the Green Lantern
Right.
of gaming, of the gaming industry, because whatever you could imagine, you could pretty much do it on that OG.
You're right, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, movies, watching movies. Of course, you
You're
could
right.
access the internet. Like you said, burning CDs on it. Doing, oh my goodness, doing the LAN parties. No other
Yeah, remember
console
that?
had even thought about doing LAN parties.
That's right.
Man,
That's it, man.
me and my
Talk it.
man,
That's
me and my
right.
friends, man, me and my friends, man, we used to get together on a weekend. Uh, I never had to do it because they would handle it. But man, would go to a local hotel downtown
Right.
and rent out a
Just
bunch of
plug in.
rooms
Yeah, and just
on the
exactly.
same floor. Right, man. And we would all
I
bring our
remember that.
Xboxes.
You're right. I remember that. I remember seeing that. I'll tell you what
Oh
really blew up the
man.
universities, man. The universities just
Oh yeah.
destroyed it. Just ate it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never seen so
Yeah. I
many
mean,
people just wanted to stay in their dorms. They didn't want to go home anymore. It was like, yeah, I'm
yes.
good. It was for
Yes.
real. It was a movement. It was a movement.
Yeah.
And
For
it got
spring
crazy.
break,
Yeah, oh, they wasn't going
you had a
exactly.
whole population. You had a
Right.
whole population of college kids that would not go home on spring break
Yeah,
because they were staying in the dorms.
they wanted to stay. Yeah, exactly. They had formed up them teams
And
and
doing.
cliques, man. And that was it.
Yep,
You're right.
man, bruh. It was,
That
and you
happened.
know what? It was so much fun. I
That's
mean,
right.
for real.
It
We
happened.
used to do. We would. Me and a bunch of my friends would rent out an entire. Well, I'm not gonna say an entire floor, but almost half the floor of a hotel,
Right.
and all of us would have our Xboxes, and all of us would be in different rooms doing the LANs, and would spend the whole weekend like that, man, gaming.
You're right.
And I mean, to the point where even the staff,
Yeah.
they would
They
take
were
part, man.
interested.
I'm serious. Yes,
Right.
yes. I mean, it was, and again, that's what I'm talking about. The OG was such a game changer. It was doing stuff that hadn't
really
even been
was,
thought
man.
of, let
Right. It
alone
was.
implemented.
Right.
And so all of that helped just suck me in to the whole Xbox ecosystem. And to be truthful, I was a little bit embarrassed that I had ever doubted it. And since that time, I mean, I've been all in. So it started with that, and then went from that to the 360. And so when the Xbox One was announced, I mean, that I didn't even have to think about it.
Right.
I knew what it was I was gonna do. I knew that, okay, yeah, I got to get one. And whereas a lot of people complained about the whole uh, living room hub thing, and the Connect, and a lot of people cried about that. I didn't, not at all.
Right.
I actually embraced it. And to be truthful, to this very day, and I'm so thankful. I'm thankful to the Lord above that I was motivated to go ahead and do it before they canceled it. When I got my 1X,
Right.
I went on ahead and got that adapter for the Connect,
I sure did too.
and
But
and
they were giving
and
away for free. Giving it away for free.
I got the no. They gave it away for free for the S, but not for the X. For the X,
okay.
they charged like 40.
You know what? You're
They
right,
charged
man.
40. Yeah, they charged $40 for it. It was $40, but I'll tell you what, it was $40 well spent. Well spent.
Yeah, I got it when it was
because
free for
I
the
used
S. When they started pushing it
and
from the
see,
S, I went ahead and got it.
right, but see, it was the same adapter, so you could just run it directly to the X. No,
Right.
but for the X, and everybody thought that they were going to make it free for it, but no, they didn't. They charged $40 for it, and I remember at the Microsoft store, I grabbed the last one, and unknown that they were going to stop making it. So, for me, fortunately, I wasn't on the fence like, oh, I'll wait till next week or next month. No, I just, I had the X, and I was like, well, no, because I had gotten used to the Connect. Because, I still use the Connect to this day.
Right.
When I'm watching TV, I just, the Connect, man, the Connect is so underappreciated.
Of course.
I mean, first of all, some of the games, especially right before they stopped really supporting it, some of the games that were made to utilize the Connect were outstanding. Once they really got the knack on how to fully implement the Connect as far as gameplay capabilities, some of that stuff was phenomenal. Boom Ball 1, 2, and 3. The motion tracking is flawless, especially in 3. It's just flawless.
Right.
My favorite, and I'm not going to stay on the Connect too long, but I just got to push this out there. I really wish that they had made more games like this, but to me, the perfect showcase for the Connect gameplay wise was Blue Estate.
Remember that? I was gonna say that, man. You
Blue
nailed it. 'Cause
Estate,
I was about
man.
to say, man, Blue Estate was perfect, wasn't it?
Blue
It's crazy.
Estate, the motion tracking. Blue Estate, to me, Blue Estate was basically a combination. It was like, what would happen if Grand Theft Auto and Time Crisis had a baby?
That's right.
And you get Blue Estate. I mean, because the
And Blue Estate
theme
was
behind
raw.
Blue
Blue Estate
Estate
was raw.
was like, it was, yeah, man. I mean, it was funny. It was gritty.
Right.
It was,
Wasn't no
the
casual
action
game.
was like, no. The action was off the chain.
That's
The action
right.
was nonstop, and it flowed perfectly. And what a lot of people don't know, that's actually a Russian comic book.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Blue Estate is actually a comic, a graphic novel that's pretty big in Russia.
Man, that's crazy.
And when I found that out, it made me go and check it out. And it's actually the game. It actually follows it pretty accurately. So, but yeah, I mean, Blue Estate was one of those games that showcased the Connect in almost a flawless way. And as far as the multimedia aspect, again, like I said, I still use the Connect for when I watch television. I mean, yeah, okay. That whole, like, just use the remote.
Right.
Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, sometimes I do, but to be truthful, it's just way more convenient for me to tell it, watch ESPN or turn to Comedy Central or, I mean, and it does it flawlessly without a problem.
You're right.
And then just to sign, and then, even just to sign in, man, turn the Xbox on, Well, first of all, if I want to, I'll just tell it to turn on itself. So there's that. But even if I don't want to do that, once I turn it on, and then I just walk past it, and it signs me in.
You remember that?
I don't even have to,
that. Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the ultimate inconvenience. It's convenient. It just works. Yeah, it works.
Pretty
The
dope.
Connect works really well. And what's interesting is that with the X, it operates even faster than it did with the original Xbox One.
True indeed.
Because sometimes it would be with the original Xbox One. Sometimes it could get a little slow in its response. Not with the X.
No,
it's right there. But
it's right there.
Yeah. So that kind of that I know I took the long route.
No,
I
you
took
good,
the scenic
bro.
route.
You all right, man? It's Sherminator time, baby.
As far as the whole, what got me into the Xbox brand. Yeah, man, I'm definitely one of those. Yeah, man, my favorite color is emerald green. I got emerald green on my phone. I got it on my phone. So there's that. Now, as far as the games that I'm into, I try not to pigeonhole myself.
Right.
I pretty much like all genres, but now, full disclosure, with that being said, I'm not that good at all genres.
Okay. Right. Exactly.
Some I'm better at than others.
You don't mind testing something out that may not be.
Oh, not at all.
Exactly. That's a game.
Not at all. And you know what? There's some genres where even though it's not necessarily my favorite, I'll give it a go. And quite frankly, some of my favorite experiences have been discovered that way.
Right.
I try to keep an open mind as far as gaming. But if I'm going to narrow it down to my favorites, I love a good puzzle game.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of puzzle games. Been that way for a long time, going all the way back to Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Going all the way back to that, of course, Tetris, and in fact, that's the one that Sega came out with last week. They did a new version of Puyo Puyo, which in America it was known as Mean Bean Machine.
Okay.
They just came out with a new version for the Xbox One, and I did check it out last night. It looks pretty good, and it's online, which is cool. So that's.
What do you think about that new Streets of Rage 4?
Oh man, that's not out on Xbox yet.
It's coming.
Is it?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, and see, which gets back to what I said a minute ago about the whole Microsoft Sega thing. As of late, for a long time, Sega wasn't putting out anything on Xbox One. Now all of a sudden, you got all this influx of stuff that's coming. So it's making me wonder. I mean, that's all I'm going to say about that. I would not be surprised, but I would be pleasantly surprised. But I don't know. There's something to that. Yeah, there's something to that.
We'd be real happy. Right.
Oh my goodness, yes indeed. But yeah, I love a good puzzler. Action adventure games. Yeah. So your Gears, your third person action adventure. Yeah, I'm definitely down for that. So of course, needless to say, like I said, Gears, Quantum Break. My current favorite, and you know what?
It happened again.
Listeners out there, here,
Sherm is
my
happening
current
again.
favorite third-person action adventure game this year, Crackdown 3. Yeah, that's right. I said it, and I'm proud of it. Crackdown 3, I love it.
I heard him, but he'll put back.
I love it. I still haven't finished it yet. That's because I'm trying to soak out every bit of gameplay. Oh man.
I'm hitting him up. Hold on.
And I did it again.
Yeah, it went again.
Okay. happened again.
No, go back. You said
Yeah.
go back. Go back. I heard you, but they probably didn't. So go back to the one where you said, one of your favorite games, and you said it. So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna let you say it. I'm not gonna ruin it. Cause your mic went. It's like it went to your receiver or something. But it's
Yeah.
okay. I heard you. I heard what you said. I was actually laughing. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go back.
Yeah. So my I like a good third-person shooter action
Right.
adventure game, and of course, I'm loving some Gears. Uh, 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 I mean, just if it's action adventure and third person, I really get into it. Um, and my current favorite right now, and again, I know there's some of you out there listening that's gonna hold your nose when I say it, and that's okay. It's a free country. You can do that
Right.
if you want, but it doesn't change the way I feel. Uh, my current favorite third person action adventure game, Crackdown 3. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I say it again. Crackdown 3 is my current favorite for 2019. I'm having a ball with it, and one of the reasons why is because I'm not rushing through it. I have not finished the
Right.
game yet, and I've been playing it since it first came out. And the reason why I haven't finished it is because I'm trying my best to soak out every single ounce of gameplay in that game. The game is loaded with missions. The game
It
is
is,
loaded
man.
with submissions. The
It
game
is.
is loaded with all type of stuff that most people, from what I've been told, they know the stuff's there, but they're like, nah, I don't want to be about. I mean, okay, that's cool. That's the way the developers set it up. You can play that game your way. Well,
That's
my way
right.
is that I want to soak out every single mission. I want to hit all the submissions. I want to get uh, 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 I want to get the 3 stars on every driving mission. I want to do. I mean, it's there's so much to do in that
Yeah, it
game,
is.
and
Yeah, it is.
I'll be honest with you. I'm just playing the campaign. I haven't even played the Wrecking Zone. I mean, honestly, I have no desire to play it as of yet. I want to finish the campaign.
Right.
I want to see all the stuff there is to see in the campaign. And in conversations that I've had with other people that have played the game, I've discovered stuff that they haven't. So
Wow.
it's kind of surprising to me um, that they haven't. But then again, most people, from what I understand, they said it took them on average between 16 and 20 hours of gameplay. Oh man, I'm way past that. I'm approaching 30. I'm approaching 30 hours of gameplay, and I might be halfway done, maybe. But like I said, I'm going through all the missions, all the side missions, and then there are side missions to the side missions. So
That's right.
the replay value in that game is through the roof, and I mean the dialogue, the stuff that Terry Crews is saying in that game is
It's
hilarious.
hilarious. You're
Uh,
right.
uh, um, you know, I'm even looking at getting the comic book. They put out a comic book for that game, right?
I sure didn't know that, man.
Yes,
We
they
need
do.
to.
Yeah,
I need to get the link to that, man.
yeah, yeah. I'll send it to you. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
They've got an official Crackdown 3 comic. Yeah,
Yeah, I would love to
and
see that, man.
supposedly in the comic, I mean, and they've got multiple issues. I think are they on issue 3 right now? Because it came out the beginning of March.
I
March,
didn't even
April.
know it
Yeah, I
came
think
out,
they
man.
might. Yeah, I think they're about to go into issue 4, and in each issue, there are certain hints that you can utilize in the actual game itself.
That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll hook you up with that link.
Definitely, man.
But yeah,
I'm
but
glad it's
I'm
going. I'm glad it.
thoroughly.
Right.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm glad it's doing something other than just the online and the campaign, man. Because Crackdown should be a comic book. It only sounds
Yeah.
right. So now it doesn't even
Yes.
surprise me. It only makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll hook you up with that link. I will definitely hook you up with that link.
Yep.
So yeah, right. So right now, Crackdown 3 is my favorite action adventure game. Uh, my favorite genre. Before I get to that, my second favorite genre is the FPS, first person shooters. Um, so of course, you got your Halos and you got your Call of Duties. Now, full disclosure, I grew tired of Call of Duty
Okay.
after Call of Duty 2.
Closer,
I mean,
Now, which way's the dry
the other versions within the franchise were okay, but to me, it reminded me a little bit of Madden.
Okay.
Every year and a half, they come out with a new version, and yeah, they tweak it graphically. They might add a couple of new weapons, but by and large, it's kind of the same formula over and over and over again. So, um, I do like a good first-person shooter, though. I like. I'll be honest with you. I like some of the FPSs that a lot of these smaller indie studios are doing.
Right.
Um, my favorite, which I guess some people wouldn't say is a small indie studio, but I think they are, uh,
Okay.
Crow Team. Um, they're the guys responsible for the Serious Sam franchise.
Power now.
Okay.
Um, Serious Sam is my favorite FPS.
Taking the briefcase from Will.
Uh, the over the top humor, uh,
Said he needed something
the weaponry is just ridiculously.
much there, but
Uh,
and a key to the Bradbury.
it's lethal, but it's like WTF type. It makes you go, wait a minute, what? This actually works. It's their imagination is just the guys at Crow Team are just. I don't know what to say about them, but they know how to make a really good first person shooter. And Serious Sam, each one of the Serious Sam games, um, it's like each one. There was the first one, then there was the second one, then there was the third one, which was like uh, the prequel to the whole franchise, which was outstanding. And I don't know
Right.
what Microsoft is waiting on. I wish that they would make that backwards compatible. And if they do, if they make it Xbox One X enhanced, man, I'm going to be all over that. Because
Right.
Serious Sam before First Encounter was one of the most underrated first person shooters ever designed. I mean, it was just, first of all, the way it looked on the 360, because it came out right at the end of the 360's life cycle.
Right.
And it was, oh my good man, the way that sucker looked, if they can enhance that on the X, oh man, yeah, that's gonna be nice. Now supposedly, Crow Team is working on a Serious Sam 4 for the Xbox One.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, it's supposed to come out before the end of the year.
Okay.
So I will definitely keep you guys posted on that. Um, I think it's supposed to be Serious Sam 4, something mental, because his main antagonist in the franchise is that alien called Mental. And it's supposed to be Serious Sam 4, something mental, not Mental's Revenge, but it's something mental. Unless they change the name. But as it stands right now, it's Mental's in the title, and it's supposed to be slated to come out before the end of the year. So
Right.
that would, unless they're gonna like wait and bring it out with the new Xbox, that's a possibility. I don't know, but I'm kind of hoping that they bring it out either for the Xbox One, especially the X, or if they do decide to push it back and bring it out with the next system, then it would be a nice consolation prize
That would.
if they go ahead and bring out before the First Encounter backwards compatibility with Xbox One X enhancements. That would
be nice.
work.
That would be nice.
So yeah, I like a really good first person shooter, but my favorite genre is the shoot 'em up.
Okay.
Shmup, as they call
Yeah,
it.
buddy.
That's my absolute favorite genre, and I have no preference as far as some
Shoot 'em up's
people
my
who
weakness.
like that. So, oh, really? Now, see, I never knew that.
So so
See,
so
brother,
so what's your
you see,
greatest
you
shoot
see
'em
how
up?
God works stuff out, man. You see
Yeah,
how God
man.
works stuff out.
That's my that's dude.
That's
That's
your.
what.
Oh man, not,
That's
bruh,
my weakness,
you
dude.
just,
Like shoot 'em up. It's hard to
bruh. Oh my goodness. Now
unlimited
you know what,
shooting.
Dorian.
You just dodge and it's creativity
Dorian,
too,
you
man.
have just ingratiated yourself even deeper within my universe, brother. I'm
The shrimp,
serious.
the
That
shrimp,
is
the
my
shrimp.
all-time favorite.
Right, the shrimp community
Yes.
is for real, man.
Oh yeah.
That's a real
Oh
community,
yeah.
brother.
Oh yeah. And you know, with the exception, you know, it goes way back. The history.
That's
Just
right.
within the gaming industry itself, it goes way back. The only that is the oldest. That's the second oldest gaming category.
That's right. It's
Only beat out by whatever category Pong is registered. Pong and Breakout.
right.
Whichever, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to think what they consider those, what category those fall in. But besides that, you know, it all started with Space Invaders. That was the first shoot 'em up.
That's true.
That was the first shmup, and it just grew from there. So you know, Space Invaders came out in 1979.
Right. Remember Space Armada?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Man, oh man, I could talk about shmups. I could talk about shmups for weeks, nonstop.
Right.
Now you just asked me a question. Did you ask me what's my favorite?
Yeah. What was the one? Yeah, man. Do you have any one of those bad boys to where your smut was like you killed it, man? Like you just ran it?
Yeah, yeah. There's a couple of them. I actually participated in some tournaments, and one of them in particular, I won with flying colors.
That's crazy.
There was a tournament in Detroit. This was, oh man, what year was that? 90. Was it 95? 96?
Okay,
I
good
forget.
years.
Yeah,
That was good years in gaming right there.
Yeah, man. Sure enough. There was a game created by UPL, United Pacific Licensing. That was the name of the company. There's a game called Omega Fighter. Folks, if you are unfamiliar with Omega Fighter, look it up on YouTube. Definitely, it's a vertical scrolling shoot 'em up. It was licensed and distributed by UPL, but those in the know recognize that it was actually created by Toplan. Now, Toplan is considered, and sadly, they as a development company, as a development studio, they went out of business. Oh man, a little over a decade ago. But Toplan is responsible for some of the most iconic shoot 'em ups, especially vertical shooters. They did a few horizontal ones, some side scrolls, but they were mainly known for their vertical shooters. So some of the games you may recognize that they're responsible for: Twin Cobra, Fire Shark, Sky Shark, oh man, what's a couple of other ones that they've done? They've done so many. Arguably the sequel was my favorite, but my second favorite, Truxton. And in case you guys don't remember Truxton,
Yeah, I don't remember
this
that.
might this might jar your memory. It was an arcade game. It was one of the first games that came out on the Sega Genesis. It was their first shooter, actually. They came out on the Sega Genesis. And this will hopefully jumpstart your memory. It was the first shoot 'em up where the main weapon was arcs of lightning. and the lightning, when it would hit a ship, especially if it would hit like a boss or whatever, it would latch onto it and it would follow it. And no matter where the ship, no matter how it tried to shake itself loose, it couldn't. And that lightning would just like overload the ship and it would just blow it up. It was one of the most devastating weapons definitely in shooter history, but truthfully in video game history. And in fact, it's interesting. I just thought about this, and it's subconsciously, it's one of my favorite weapons in the game, and now I realize why it's a favorite to me. In Crackdown 3, there's a gun that shoots bolts of electricity.
Right.
Now, it's in Truxton, it's kind of like that. The only difference in Crackdown 3, that gun, it'll shoot like, it'll shoot just individual bolts. But in Truxton, it's nonstop. And I mean, and it looks like real electricity. I mean, it sparks arcing everywhere, and and I'm telling you, when it latches on, and first you start out with 1 bolt, and then you power up, and then you get 3 bolts, and then you power up again, you get 5 bolts. And if there's multiple enemies on the screen, like 3 bolts might latch onto one enemy, and the other 2 will latch onto another enemy, and then if you didn't like the way they were set up, you just let go of the power button, and then hit it again, and then you can like aim the bolts. So like if you wanted all to concentrate on one, then you could do that. Or I mean, you just had a lot of ways that you could work with it. But that's one of my favorites. The second one, which is my absolute favorite, was the sequel called Truxton 2. And again, for those who are unfamiliar, look it up on YouTube. Those are my absolute favorites. But I have a bunch of others. Of course, the R-Type franchise.
R-Type's dope. Right.
That's one of my favorites. Oh my goodness, there's just so many. Gosh, what's the other one? And it's on Xbox too.
Man, I think you did one with that Hyper Void and Woke Up the Dead, didn't you?
Oh man, that Hyper Void, man. Well, if you think about it, Hyper Void was just a new version of Gyrus. Remember Gyrus? I
remember that. That's on the 360.
Yeah. And Hyper Void was just like a new version of Gyrus. And honestly, the way it runs on the Xbox One X, oh my goodness. For people who for you listeners out there, if you have Hyper Void and you have an Xbox One X and you haven't tried it,
right?
Yeah, do yourself a favor. You will be thoroughly impressed. I mean, it looked good on just the regular one, on just the regular Xbox One, but on the X, yeah, man, that brute force technology, it's a sight to see.
That's crazy, man.
Another one of my favorites is and it's on the Xbox. Another one of my favorites is Steriden.
I never heard of that one.
Oh man,
Steriden.
Steriden. It was on Game Pass for a while. I think they took it off the end of the year. The end of last year. Steriden. It's a side scroller, reminiscent of R-Type, but man, this game blows R-Type away. I just gotta say it. Steriden. Oh man, they did an update last year. Before the update, you had like 30 weapons that you could choose from, and each weapon was upgradable something like 6 times. And some of these weapons were just like out cold. The game is procedural, so no two levels are exactly the same.
Nice.
Um, it's hard. It's not for space wimps.
Right.
It by no stretch of the imagination.
No home
But
there.
it's fair.
Right.
It's fair. It is fair. You get lots and lots of perks. Um, and some of the perks are just outstanding. It's and again, like I said, they came out with an update last year, which really it was a sequel. It was more than just an update. It was a sequel. In fact, the first before the update, it was just called Stereden. But with the update, it's called Stereden Binary Stars. Which, if you think about it, binary represents 2. So in other words, they're really saying this is Stereden 2. And the stuff that came with the update, and it was a free update, by the way, 100% free. They didn't charge you for it. The original game, you just had the one ship. It was single player. The update, now you got 5 different ships to choose from, including one hidden ship. So really there's 6 ships to choose from, each one with its own strengths and weaknesses. The original had 30 weapons. Now it's like 45 weapons. And the best part, arguably, is now it's multiplayer.
Right.
Where we're talking like 4-player multiplayer.
Right.
So, if you're going to do an update or a sequel, that's the way they did it. They did it right. Yeah, Stereden, and with you being a shooter fan, man, do yourself a favor. Check out Stereden. In fact, I've got some gameplay. You know what? Pull up my gameplay video. I got gameplay videos on Xbox Live. So
Okay.
if you want to check me out in action, yeah, Stereden's a really, really good game. I recommend every shooter fan check it out. Currently, I've been playing this game that I found in the Creators Collection, which there's a lot. I'll be honest, there's some garbage in there, but there's also a lot of good stuff in there. And I happened to stumble upon one of them. It's a game called Warp Drive. It's Xbox One X enhanced, and
Which always makes it better.
man, this game, think of a cross between like a semi 3D version of, I don't want to say Galaga. Man, it's kind of hard for me to figure what I could compare it to. I'll just say Galaga, although that's not
Galaga was
entirely
raw, too.
accurate. But think of a semi 3D version of Galaga. It's top down but at an angle, combined with asteroids. But the thing about it is that you've got this tractor beam that you can grab the asteroids, use it, and if the asteroid is big enough, you can use it as a shield against the incoming fire. And then you could take that same tractor beam and turn it into a repulsor beam. So you got this big gigantic rock in front of your ship, and you can hold on to it, and then when you want, you can launch it at the enemy.
Right.
And if the rock is big enough, it'll ricochet off the different ships, and you get like combo bonuses, and
Right.
And at the same time, you gotta the plot is that you've basically you got hold of some like secret enemy documents, and you're trying to make it back to Earth, and you're way out in the solar system, and you have to basically power up your warp engines to jump to the next sector, and the enemy is trying to stop you. So you're trying to blast through the enemy, you're trying to blast through the rocks, you can grab some of the rocks, and you got to find these warp crystals to power your warp engines. And then once you power up your warp engines, you can activate your warp drive at your leisure, and when you do, it also acts as a smart bomb. And
Yeah, you
it'll
can only truly
blast.
Right, you can only truly appreciate
I'm sorry.
a lot of these games, man, when you step out of your box, man. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, definitely. Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. So yeah, those are some of my favorites. But I mean, I've got a lot more. Like I said, I try not to limit myself.
Right. I
And I've been
understand.
pleasantly surprised. I've been pleasantly surprised by a lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff.
That's
So
good,
hopefully
man.
that answers your question.
Yeah, you did, man. Just wanted to give people a little feel of you. And
Oh yeah.
I'll Sherm, I think you knocked it out the gate, man. You had, bro.
Nah.
It was needed. Nah, man, it was needed, man. The Sherminator's in the building tonight. I wanted you to take your time. We covered up a lot of ground. You needed a chance to just get your little spotlight, man. You need a little spotlight.
Well, I
People,
appreciate it.
I want people to know you. Hey, I want people to understand, who I hang with, who I value, and talk. These guys hit me up too. It's not just me. I'm not wouldn't be being honest if it wasn't a mutual thing going on, but it is, man, and
Right.
that's why,
Right. Right. Right.
I was. It's an honor for me to, do a show with you, man, and
Well, I
listen to you,
appreciate it.
cause when this is all said and done, I'm going back to listen to you, man. That's the way it
Well, I
is, and
appreciate it, man.
like I said, I didn't even know, man, that you knew about me on Gears 3, man. I had no clue. You blew
Yeah.
me away with
I.
that today, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, look. Uh,
Sherm's gonna tell y'all
I'm.
about this one, man, because I was literally blown away by what he was saying, man. He never told me this
Yeah.
until
Yeah.
tonight.
It's funny because it's one of those. Excuse me. It's one of those scenarios where I knew you, but I didn't know you. I knew of you, and your talent and your ability precedes you. It's that that like that old saying, your reputation precedes you.
Right.
And so, me being a Gears fan, um, I would keep my eye on the top-notch Gears players, and would check out the different tournaments, and there was this one cat that just stuck out to me. And, I'm just thinking to myself, man, this guy right here, um, he's this brother's gonna go pro. I mean, he's gonna be hitting big time. I mean, seriously, I was just
Every unanswered question
to say I was impressed was an understatement. So, uh, how long has it been? How long have we been dealing with each other, man? Like about a year and a half.
Yeah, about a year and a half, and that's crazy, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah, it blew me away when you asking me, man. You was asking me questions, and so I'm sitting up here saying, where's he going with this? And then this was before the show, people. This was before the show, and he literally was like, because I was talking about it came up because I was talking about his origins and me not knowing who he was and how he was talking. I was on a Microbox show with them, the Microbox show, and when Sherminator got to talking, I didn't know Sherminator, so I was just like, yo, I'm trying to figure out who he was because like I said, I liked how his stories about Peter Moore and his history on Xbox. It was real clean and thorough, and I had met him, and so I was telling him about how I was, his voice, man, is like a radio disc jockey, man. He's got that urban community voice, man. It's universal. And he's laughing and stuff. And I told him, I said I was listening to how your delivery was and everything, especially after I found out he was a brother, man. And so I'm sitting up here. I told him, I straight up told him, I said, man, I listened to you, man. I was studying your craft, man. And that's when he broke this news to me, man, and it blew me away.
he'd had his powers much longer than
That's how this got
Yeah. So
started.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's still funny to me because like I said, we've been dealing with each other on a semi-regular to regular basis for well over a year and a half,
Right.
and totally unknown to myself uh, that uh, the guy that I was like admiring from afar, as far as his gameplay ability and the way he was just look, I'm just keeping it real, y'all. The way this cat was just wrecking fools. I mean, just wrecking fools in gears. It was just it. Look, I'm just being totally honest, brother. There was times that I would watch you play,
Man,
and
you're killing me, man.
it was, man, no, seriously.
This is
It was
crazy.
times I would watch you
Right.
play. It was times I would watch you play, and given a choice between watching you play and watching Scandal, man, I would choose you.
Wow.
I'll be like, now, you know what? I'll just hit Scandal. I'll pull it up on demand. I'll watch it later. Man, I'm about to watch this brother. I'm about to watch this cat. You know, just put folks in the ground. And I'm serious. I would literally like make a sandwich.
Wow, man.
I'm serious.
It's crazy.
It was better than watching. It was better than watching television, man. The way you were just with surgical precision.
Yeah.
I mean, just
right. No on the board, bro.
Man, it was just, man, it was phenomenal. For real. I became a fan. Now, I didn't know. You know, again, for you listeners out there, I didn't fast forward to a year and a half ago. I didn't know that Dorian was that guy. So we're communicating back and forth on Facebook and within the mansion on Project Xbox, and we just clicking, we just hitting it off. Right. And it wasn't until tonight before the show, we just kicking it, we just chilling and
right.
talking,
warming up. Exactly.
And he mentioned what his call sign basically that he went by during all those Gears tournaments and all those gameplay sessions. And so I'm thinking, wait a minute, hold up. Wait, this isn't the same guy.
Yeah, you started telling me.
So I started
right.
hitting him up with these different scenarios and questions, and he's like, yeah, man, that was me.
I couldn't believe it.
And it's just mind-boggling because it's like, wow, okay, so all this time that we've been dealing with each other, that it turns out that you were that same guy that I had always said, man, you know what? I would love to hook up with this brother, and I bet you, we could get some gameplay sessions in and this and that. And then all this time for the past year and a half,
yeah,
it's been you all along.
Right. I had no idea,
That's
man.
funny, man.
That's crazy,
that's
bro.
what,
I didn't know you.
But how,
I didn't know you knew that.
How would
That's
you
what
know?
I'm saying. Like, right. There's no, I didn't know, man. I honestly didn't know that you knew that about me.
Well, it's funny to me. It's funny to me because, like you were saying to me, like, I mean, I kind of, well, yeah, because you had mentioned it on Facebook a couple of times.
But you
about
wasn't
how,
putting
like,
it
you
together.
would listen to the show. Right. But it was like, you were checking me out.
Right.
And you were admiring, what I was doing.
Right.
And then it turns out that, years ago, I was admiring what you were doing. And,
right.
And then next thing you know, bam, here we are. So it's just, man, it's funny how God works, man. That's all I can say. That's
it's crazy, man.
Nobody should ever say God doesn't have a sense of humor, because that's hilarious to me, man. That's great. I loved it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, man, because I would have never known, brother. I would have never known.
I'm telling you, man, it was so many times I was watching. Man, I'm sitting down. I got food in front of me, and I'm just watching you, man. I mean, and some of the stuff that you were doing, the way you would be, the way you would be knocking them down. Now, I'm serious. The way you would be knocking them down. And see, that's what really stood out to me, is that, you got a lot of players, and this is in any genre, but especially in Gears, for whatever reason, you got a lot of one-dimensional players. And if that works for them, that's fine. But see, you don't fall in that category. You are so multidimensional, and folks, if you have never seen this brother play, when you see him play, then you'll understand where I'm coming from. And that's what, honestly, that's what throws people off. That's why they could never get a read on you, because you keep switching it up.
Right.
You're not, your gameplay style in Gears is not one dimensional. I mean, you are a true tactician.
Man, I appreciate
just
it,
like,
brother.
just like you told me about that instance where they tried to set you up,
Right.
and they basically stacked the deck against you
Right.
with all these inexperienced newbies.
Right.
Because they're like, oh yeah, well, you know what? He is not going to be able to do nothing if we set him up. And then you were just like, you know what? No worries, no problem. And you told your crew, look, just follow my lead, stay behind me. We got this.
Yeah.
That's the mark of a true leader. That is the mark of a true leader. And sure enough, even though they tried to stack the deck, you still wrecked them.
That's it.
I mean,
that's what it's all about.
Again,
right.
You're multifaceted, man. That's beautiful. See, that's the type of matches that makes it a true spectator sport. Because again, I'm telling you, man, I've watched you play, and I'm just like eating my food, and I'm laughing, and I'm like, oh man. I mean, it was better than watching an action movie.
Right, because what happens, man, when I get like that, it's all about the MVP. Because you can lose in Gears, you can lose a game yet still win. Because if you win, if you're the MVP, you won. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter because they understand that stuff. The before the coalition, but when Epic was making Gears, they understood that you would be in a situation where you would be running with newbies or randoms or whatever that may not be able to play at your caliber, but that shouldn't stop you from being who you are. That shouldn't. So I know what you're talking about, man. At that point, it was all about saying, look, I know that this is more personal than anything. So to take the heart out, might as well just say, forget the win. I'm not going to get that win on paper like that, but I'm going to get that dominancy. It's being dominant. That's what it is, man. And when you can't take that you can't take that dominancy away, you're worthless. It means you really didn't impact nowhere.
That's right.
That's what it is.
And again, like I said, I've seen you do it. I mean, and folks, again, for you listeners out there, if you have not seen this brother play, for real, no exaggeration. No brag, there was an old TV show back in the day, and I'm dating myself, but it's all good. It was a show called The Guns of Will Sonic. And it was about this old man who was the fastest gunslinger in the West, even though he was old. And people would always challenge him. It's kind of funny now that I think about it. You sound a lot like this guy. People would challenge him, and they would always try and challenge him to a gunfight when they would find out who he is. Right. And he would try and talk them. He would try and talk them out of it. Like, you sure you want to do that, son? And all these young whippersnappers.
No whippersnappers.
They were like, oh, he's old man. He don't have it. He ain't got it no more. And he would try and talk them out of it. And then when it was blatantly obvious that they really wanted to do it, he would give them. I mean, they would literally about be ready to draw, and he would say, "This your last chance to back out."
Crazy,
because
man.
I don't think you realize what's about to happen. And they would be like, oh, come on, old man, on the count of three, and so he said, look, I'm just trying, and he had a motto, and it became the show's motto, and it was basically, he would say, I'm just trying to help you out. You don't know my skill level. And I'm just saying, no brag, just facts. That was his motto. And so I'm applying that to you because folks would try and knock you down, and they would just fail miserably.
I can't.
And it was just
Yo,
Go
you're an
ahead.
inspiration to the Voltron crew, man. To all them dudes, man. My man, Manny Lloyd. My man, Barakalypse now. The California Jam. Grand Money J. All of us, man. We would really appreciate what you're saying because I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Like that stuff right there, man. That was a phase in my life as far as being in the Xbox community. Look, I was traveling the country, man. Like I said, I was traveling the country. I
Mm-hmm.
was away from my family. Those guys were my
Mm-hmm.
family, man. When I was away, and so a lot of
Yeah.
anguish, a lot of stress. That's where you
Yeah.
saw that at. That's why they couldn't really get in my head. Once I realized what to do, how to do it, how to use the guns, what gun was what. But I said I
Mm-hmm.
didn't really use nothing. I used the national answer. I didn't really. I dominated with the guns that came with the soldiers. I didn't care. Now I would use the boom like in a clutch situation, but I wasn't going
Right.
out using weapons just for disadvantages. Hey, if I couldn't whoop you with the Nasher and the Lancer and the pistol, I didn't feel right. You see what I'm saying? I felt like I downgraded my
Right.
gameplay because I could get you. It
Right.
didn't
Right.
matter. It didn't
Right.
matter, man. It was just like once I learned those boards, because it got to the point
Mm-hmm.
where I took so many losses to learn the game. Like that, that's what I had to tell people. Why are you mad at your losses? Learn from them, because all it's doing is
Right.
showing you that somebody else is beating you to the punch mentally.
Right.
Gears is a mental
Right.
game,
Right.
bro. It's mental. You
Mm-hmm.
got to know
It is.
it is. If you just don't know where to go, you're gonna get killed. It doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter what you
Right.
think you are, how many kills you get. You're gonna end up with that L every time.
Okay. I'm gonna find another.
It's just the way it is, man. So
Yeah.
there's a way of playing it, and once I realized that what Sherman is talking about, that's why it's crazy. But that's why when you're talking what you're talking about, how you seeing me, that's why it was like
Mm-hmm.
that. Because I locked in and I knew, oh, they would talk that trash, right? Call me the N word. They would call me all kind of stuff before the game would even
Right.
start. And all I
Right.
would do was just count down 10,
I have a feeling
Mm-hmm.
9.
this here.
And I wouldn't even be
Mm-hmm.
listening to what they got to say because I'd be like, yo, in 10 seconds, you're going to have to prove to me what you talking about. 10
Right.
seconds, homie. When that's over, said and done, by halftime, by the split, by the second round, second match, the middle match, you got 3
Mm-hmm.
matches if it goes 3. But
Right.
but by that second one, you got to show me something, man. When they start pulling out them sawed-offs, they were already beat. That told me that you already desperate. You have no answer.
Mm-hmm. They got no game. They got no
Right.
game.
Some sawed-offs came out. It was game over, man. And that's what it was. It was language in your gameplay. You didn't have to say anything.
Right.
I knew once stuff started changing up and things, that
Mm-hmm.
told me. That would tell me. So yeah, man, that Sherm, that blew me away, man. I can't. That part right there was crazy, man. And like I said, man, the Voltron crew would really appreciate that, man. What you said tonight, because honestly, look, as a team player, I wouldn't have been nothing without them dudes, man. They believed in me.
Well,
They
yeah,
believed in me.
and and in watching you play, that was blatantly obvious. Again, um,
That's
it was
crazy.
definitely a team effort. It's definitely a team effort, but from what I recall, uh, they were basically following your lead. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody had their role to play.
Right.
Everybody had their role to play, but it was blatantly obvious
Right.
that they recognized that, okay, you know what? Yeah, we need to rally around this brother here because he's the one that's going to be the key to this victory. No, I'm serious. I'm
Right.
serious. And again, like you said, and a lot of people, well, at this point, I would hope by now because Gears has been around for a while, but a lot of people fail to recognize that Gears, like you were saying, it's a lot of it is mental.
It's
To
mental,
me
man.
it's kind of like it's not that far removed from the mental gymnastics you need as a professional basketball player, for instance.
That's what I was just finna say. It's basketball, brother. It's
Yeah,
mental.
yeah.
And when when I watch those pro circuits, man, and like when they came here, and I
Yeah.
participated in supporting it, so I ended up getting a Dallas, a Dallas skin, uh,
Hmm.
for the weapons, and they had the
Okay.
Longhorn, they had the Bullhorns logo in it,
Right.
and that's what I'm talking about, man. And you can't get it no other way. You couldn't have the only way you could get those skin if you supported that area, and to know that my area gets gears, that makes me proud. I'm not, hey man, my reflexes aren't as great as they were when I was back in my late 20s, early 30s. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, gears is more mental. So we're giving out a little
Hmm.
secret. So since it's a little mental, you have that ability to put yourself in a position to be ahead of all that quick stuff, all that wall bouncing and all that stuff is good, but it's
Right.
worth but it's worthless if you have no strategy behind it. The
Right.
wall bouncing and all that stuff doesn't threaten me, doesn't shake me up. It's the person that has a dead aim. If no matter what I do and that sucker's tagging me, bow bow. That's the guy that I'm like, yo man, this guy's a problem. He's steady, he's focused, and he's
Hmm.
popping me. It ain't the guy that's running
Hmm.
around hitting walls because I'm like, yo, that ain't doing nothing. You got to be hurting somebody, man.
Right.
That's part of it, but that's just looking pretty. That's just looking pretty on paper. You gotta do something about it. You gotta do something about that. So, like, yeah, man. Shout outs to the Gears community, man. Um, I had a good run, man. That was some good times. The best of my times, really. It was in that era. Um, Dang, Sherminator, you bringing that back? I didn't know you saw me. I didn't know.
Hmm.
Like I said, man, I ended up number 10 in the northern and Central Americas. Um,
Mm.
I was the only I was the only American, but the black American in the top 10. So that was
Wow.
it. You see what I'm
That's
saying? That
that's
was it.
amazing, man. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
the
I mean,
rest
for
were
real.
Hispanics. The rest
Right.
were my Mexican comrades. And
Hmm.
the Mexican culture, man, they love gears.
Oh man, I
And
would
they were
say it's. I would say that they could very well be
the number
the
one
number one
yeah.
demographic.
Yeah, the number one fans for it. They are, man. It's
Hmm.
ridiculous. And I remember
Yeah.
some of them, but there's names that I can't remember, right? But I know it was 9 of them, and they wasn't really beating me by KD ratios or nothing. I'm gonna tell you where they were beating me at times being played. It was like I
Oh,
don't know,
okay.
man, if they worked, because I worked. So and that's where
Right.
everybody was tripping. Like, how does this dude have a job and he's in the
Right.
top 10? If they were bugging,
Right.
and
Right.
people were getting mad because it got to the point where when they saw me, man, they wouldn't even want to play. They were back out of the games. It was like that. So what we did was we started going 4-man team. Seriously, this is a true story. We wouldn't even go
Hmm.
5-man. We would play with a bot. We would literally to get a match.
Really?
That's what we did. True story, bro.
Wow.
Because we couldn't even get a
Huh.
match. If we win all 5 teammates, we
Hmm.
couldn't get a match.
Yeah.
The matchmaking would just we couldn't match up. It would let us or something. So we kept saying, look, man, we're just gonna go to 4-man team, and that's what worked for us.
That's crazy. That I
Had
mean,
a bot.
seriously,
Yeah,
that
we
was
would have one
that was
bot
the
and
only
still
way you get
destroy.
people to play with y'all.
That was it because they would be like, look, man, they ain't got a full man team. We still destroy. So I'm
Mm,
being
mm,
serious.
mm.
True story. 4 against 5,
I'm not
man.
surprised.
Destroying.
I'm not
We
surprised.
wasn't like we
Mm.
needed a fifth member. I mean, it was just we couldn't get it. Like the game would not acknowledge. The game would be like, look, if y'all have 5 people, it's cheating. That's how we looked at it. Like it just stopped. It just literally it gave us hell on the matchmaking, man. That's how bad it got. We couldn't get in the games. We couldn't, people quit and back out. But as soon as we be like, yo, let's get it, make it down to 4 people, and we had to let people know because, dude, we had people like, what's my metaphor for this? Like a line, dude. What is it? American Idol. We had people in line just wanting to play with us, man. Literally wanting
I
to
can
play
believe
with us,
that.
man. And
I can actually believe that.
we went up against the developers. We went up against Epic and their visible skins. We whooped them.
Oh, really?
There was nobody.
Okay.
Yeah, we whooped them. We whooped them on Sandbox. Whooped them on Sandbox, man. We got, my name was in the Gears of War forums. It was crazy. As one of the most, somebody put my name down as one of the most one of the players that you would prefer to play with, that you have a good chance of winning with and stuff. My name was like one of them. It was like 3 of us. It was crazy. I had a dude to show it to me. Yeah, exactly, man.
Oh, so you didn't know?
I did not, dude. I didn't know nothing, Sherminator. I'm telling you, when I came into here being online, I'm a normal base level street Xbox gamer, right? Went and bought I was away, man, but I had money. So here I am going to my first midnight release. I'm in Champaign, Illinois, man. 30-something minutes from Chicago. And I'm sitting over here, midnight, can't sleep, and I'm like, yo, I want to do something. So I'm like, I'm gonna go to this release. I want that Gears of War Special Edition console. So I went in there, man. I paid over $600. I got those controllers. I got the game. I already had Aaron Griffin on code 3 months prior to, cause I went into what is it, like I went into a community gaming store. There it was. I went into a community gaming store where the guy there gave me the code to him 3 months before the game started. So I had already had it in there and redeemed in the console.
Right.
So when I activated it, he was in there. He's locked in. Like, I can't lose him. He's locked in. So man, I was running around with him, and people were asking me, how the hell did you get that guy? Where do you get that guy from? And I would have to tell people, and you know what? I never stopped playing with him. I was known for the guy that have Aaron Griffin. So I told people, like, they would tell me, like, Legal, why don't you switch players, man, so people wouldn't know who you are sometimes. And my answer was, but I want them to know who I am.
Right.
I'm not. I don't want them to hide. I don't want to hide. I don't want to switch characters and nah. And I gained that respect even from my enemies, dude, because they realized, yo, this dude is not trying to hide. He's not trying to. I mean, I got jumped, dude. The Gears of War community is crazy. Like, sometimes I would get on there, man. Yeah, I would get on there, and I laugh now, man. Cause no harm, man. I don't hate them guys.
Right.
But I could see them. They were just pissed off, dude. They got the end. They got the end on me, right? So I would come up online, man, want to play. I get in some random gameplay, and man, I'd mess around, and there'd be a squad. I'd be in there with 4 randoms. Dude, they wrecked me, man. They'd have me on the ground, beating me, shooting down at me. Oh man, it'd be all. And you know what? The thing that I loved about the 360, now we're going back to the capabilities of the Xbox, is you remember that preferred. You could go and prefer a player, and that means that if you liked them and they had a good attitude or whatever, and you like playing with them, you could prefer them. Well, man, there'd be people in there calling me the N-word. Jay would jump me. So the whole time, dude, it was a setup. I would literally go online by myself just to prefer people that would hate me. So then I would go back and tell my teammates, yo, write these gamer tags down and prefer them. So anytime we get online, that's it. When we get online, live would pull them in. So they would actually be on the other side as adversaries. And man, we would wreck them. And so when I would see them, that was a time when you could talk, between matches. So I would just tell them, y'all remember me? And so they would be talking noise. I was like, yo, I got my crew with me now, man. I'm finna have some fun today. And I just wreck them. It just be funny, man. And those days were funny. I'm telling you. But what I tell people, if you want to, the thing about Gears is this. If you want to get good on Gears, you're going to have to die. You can't
Right.
have that ego that I need to
Mm-hmm.
live. You have to learn by getting your end whooped. Once you
Right.
get enough beatings, that should you should grow from. That's what Gears is.
Mm-hmm.
You grow with your losses, and then you start. It took me. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna front. I had about 2,000 losses when I got good. After about three and a
Wow.
half years straight of playing, I never had 3,000. I didn't lose. I still had 2,000 something losses.
Wow,
See what I'm
man.
saying?
That's a lot.
So that's a lot of yeah. This dude. One day I got on, and I mean it was crazy because that's when we was just playing. It was so much fun. So I wake up at 7, man. I wouldn't stop playing like 4 o'clock in the morning, bro. And look,
Mm-hmm.
Sherminator getting not one L, all W's the whole day, not one L.
Man.
So,
Wow, man.
So that was
That's
good days, man.
you.
For
You
you to
sure you're
bring
not in
that,
the Guinness book?
nah. I'm telling you, Sherm. There was people that was on there, dude. I would be like, dude, they have a life. Gears 3, it was so much fun, and it was people, but there was. That's why I was telling you, there was people that were online, dude. Every time I would go on there, and it got to a point where I was thinking, they must have somebody to play for them. They must have somebody, because they were on all the time. These Mexicans, they were on all the time, bro. I told you, I couldn't beat their time.
So they playing in shifts.
Yeah, man, they had to been. They had to been.
Wow.
'Cause I mean, you just be like, and they were up there, man. Their score points were up there. But I got their respect, man. There was one guy who would never say a word, man. And one day he said something, and we was like, yo, he talked straight up. He was like in the top 10. He would never say anything. Sometimes he'd play with me, never say a word, man. But he finally said something one game, and we all bugged out. That's the kind of players, man, that Gears 3 had, and I had so much fun, man. And I thank that community for even like I said, even on Facebook, man, when Ultimate Edition was coming out and people were responding to me over my name. It was incredible, man. It's an incredible feeling. That's why, the Xbox community is just it has all my respect, man.
Yeah.
It's like any community. You have some idiots. Like I said, man, I had them call me all kinds of stuff. But you gotta understand something, man. It's the
Mm-hmm.
art of war.
Right.
If anybody really hated anybody, that's an L anyway. You're lame. But
Right.
but overall, man, I met so many good people, man. Like shout outs to my
Yeah.
man Andre Frederick, Lethal B More,
Mm-hmm.
man.
Mm-hmm.
For everything he does for this channel, the hard work people don't see. He don't get enough credit for, but I'm giving him credit. I always try to shoot his name out, and because he does a lot, man, behind the scenes, and a lot of people don't see it. He cares a lot
Right.
about what I do and what we do as a team. He cares,
Right.
man, and he doesn't get enough.
Right.
He's a 48-year-old veteran, a military veteran, man. Right, yo, like I said, somebody that you look up to. He takes care of his
Mm-hmm.
family, takes care of his home, goes to work every day,
Mm-hmm.
and the dude
Mm-hmm.
can put some gaming in. He games better than some of these whippersnappers, man. He's got mouths all the
Oh
time.
yeah.
Andre can
Right.
run them. B More can run through them. And it's funny because they don't understand, man. Sherminator, that's the cloth we're from. When you come from the arcades, man, when you come from that
Right.
era, you can't beat us down. There ain't nothing. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us, man. We made sure
Right.
that the
There you go.
arcades and the video games stayed here. It was up to us
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah.
it got to a point where when Atari fell down, the industry didn't know what to do.
Oh yeah, the
If it
great
wasn't for
video game
Nintendo,
crash of 1984.
that's it, man. If it wasn't for Nintendo taking the risk, and
Yeah.
and here it is, Nintendo took the risk, and if it wasn't for us to buy it, we wouldn't have consoles today. It would have been a
Well, here's you know what
failed situation.
you know what, and here's and you may be aware of this too. Just to expound on that, and some of our listeners may be aware of it, but for those of you who are not, interesting FYI
Mm-hmm.
in regards to that what you just mentioned. So, like you said, Atari, they fell off, and because of their extremely poor
Mm-hmm.
managerial choices.
And the war was between them and Activision, to be honest.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Activision is like it's like a Bungie in 343, right?
yeah.
Activision is actually Atari too. They were just
Yes.
part of the team that split.
Atari 2.0.
There
Atari
you go.
2.0, exactly.
That's Activision.
And
That's
so
right.
and so when Nintendo decided to take that leap of faith and bring their system over here to the Western marketplace, initially, guess who they were going to use for their distribution network?
Who?
Atari. And now, here's the interesting thing about that, right? Because Atari initially saw them as a way to, like, revitalize the market, and then they
Right.
could, but then when a bunch of people left, when all that was going on, also behind the scenes, a lot of people had left Atari. They were leaving Atari.
Right.
Well, when they left Atari, they found out that Atari's master plan was to go ahead and sign the deal with Nintendo, take the technology that was in the NES, the original NES,
Right.
basically take that technology and then use it with implement it with whatever it was they were planning on working on, and then they were going to bury the NES.
Right. That's crazy.
And a bunch of people that worked for Atari and left, they basically gave Nintendo the heads up, like, don't you sign on with Atari, because
Right.
here's what their master plan is. And so at the last minute, Nintendo changed their mind, like, nah, we're not going to do the deal, because they had enough information from enough former Atari employees who revealed that information on the condition of total anonymity. Because, needless to say, if word got out specifically who revealed that information, they could get in trouble.
Right. Right.
So,
That's true.
so the deal didn't go through, and it's probably a safe bet that those unsung heroes who actually gave Nintendo the heads up, they single-handedly saved the video game industry as we know it today.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, man. Because it was a catastrophe, man.
Yeah.
People don't realize
I
how
mean,
much it was a catastrophe, and how, because it was already looked down upon as nerdy, something geeky,
Mhm.
something, and it was gonna make people lazy. I mean, it was like a big old thing, man. It was a big cultural stereotypic death sentence. And so once it wasn't doing what it was supposed to be doing in their eyes, it was easy to knock it down. See what I'm saying? It was easy.
Right.
But when we destroyed that stereotype, look, man. Another thing about the video games that it doesn't get its proper respect. It not only it wasn't so much about games, man, but it was a place. The arcades were a place where people came together no matter what background they were, man. It was that one place where you saw unity.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, one
Yeah.
place where you saw that unity, and for that, that's a threat. I mean, even when
Oh,
you
of
think about it,
course.
look how they destroyed the
Yeah.
arcades in America. Look how they destroyed it. They
Hmm.
don't want us together, man. They don't want us, you know, unified and chilling and respecting each other. They want chaos, man. Our country loves
Right.
chaos. So anything
Yeah.
anything that's gonna be positive for so long, the agenda is to get rid of it. You know, where it can build
Hmm.
us up together. It's gonna get rid of it. So, you
Yeah.
know, you don't want a whole bunch of chaos. With that, I like the way Microsoft is going with the trash talking, and it's okay to call because it's gaming. It's okay. You should never. It should never with gaming. It should never get too. It should never get personal to where
Right.
you're attacking somebody to the point where it. In reality, you wouldn't do that. That's when it's just stupid. You know, you can say
And,
somebody trash. You can say you suck. That's good, man. But when you start attacking who they are as a person, that's something you wouldn't be doing in reality. I don't care if you get in trouble for trash talking like that on Xbox Live. I don't care because your game should be enough. I mean, we know they
right.
trash talk, but kill them off with your game. You're online, man. It's not like you in reality. You know,
Right.
that's all I'm
Right.
saying.
And yeah, and see, and that's the thing that I always look at. These folks that like to uh, go beyond pushing the limit,
They'll go
and
beyond it, man.
yeah, and they like you said, they get overly personal, and things of that nature. And it's always that's the one thing that I always keep in mind. Like, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, you talking that smack now,
Right.
but see, I know for a fact that if we were in front of each other, you wouldn't be saying that.
Exactly.
You wouldn't. You just wouldn't. Um, and it's always I find it extremely interesting, and I borderline find it hilarious because it's the classic scenario. Like you said, back in the day, video games were frowned upon because there was a certain stigma
That's right.
that was automatically attached to it. And so now, as the gaming industry grew and matured, it started to change, especially, say in the late '90s,
Right.
right? It became a viable form of entertainment um, as far as society was concerned. And again, just like anything, it needed time to mature. Well,
Right.
unfortunately, when online gaming became the norm, it and I hate to say it, but the truth is the truth.
You're right.
When online gaming became the norm, that growth took like 2 and 3 steps back. It went in reverse because now you've got this brand new medium that unfortunately people don't know how to utilize it properly. I
Right.
mean, it's kind of like any new technology. A technology can be created, an item can be created for good, but there's always going to be some bonehead out there
Right.
who's going to figure out a way to use it for negative purposes. And unfortunately, online gaming has fallen victim to that same thing. I mean, um, when you've got people who have no problem
Right.
just getting ridiculously personal, and again, like you said, it has nothing to do with stuff that's being said in the heat of battle during in the middle of a game. We're not talking about that because emotions can run high, and people say stuff that they don't necessarily mean within the game itself. Everybody has slipped up on occasion, but when you have certain individuals that make it a habit of that, to me, that's not a slip up.
Right.
That's something that someone's doing on purpose because they know they're trying to purposely push buttons. And you know, me personally, I don't have time for that. I mean, I'll call somebody out in a minute on that.
Right.
And if they, you know, if they choose to continue, well, I'm just gonna, all right, you know what, I'm gonna mute you. I'm just gonna have to
That's
mute you.
right. That's
Um,
right.
and then that's the end of that. Now,
Right.
um, the whole the new Microsoft uh, uh, code of conduct, you know, I think it's a good thing. I mean, every now and then you have to remind folks exactly what it is
It,
that's
it,
acceptable
that's what I was just finna say.
versus what's not.
There comes a obligation for society,
Hmm.
man. And look, if you're
Yeah.
using our platform and your mama and your daddy ain't raised you right, then look, man,
Right.
we're not here to advocate any violence outside of live. We need to make sure
Yeah.
you understand that hey,
Yeah.
whatever you do on our platform, you're not gonna be using it against us. Well, I
Right.
talk crazy because Xbox. No, 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 no. I think Xbox is starting to wake up, man. They're waking up for they
Yeah.
seeing these idiots, man. They seeing these lames. They seeing these idiots. And the Xbox community isn't gonna be based off of that, man. I'm glad, man,
No.
because it has nothing to do with
No.
being weak. Dude, you can send a little look, man. There's a little keyboard thing you can put up on the screen. Though you suck, whatever. You know what I'm saying, bro? It's just gaming. At the end of the day, I'm not here to destroy your manhood, or destroy your livelihood, or destroy your essence.
Hmm.
It's just real good
Right.
trash talking. It's like basketball. You don't go out on that basketball
Right.
court and get too out of hand. It's gonna get out of hand.
Right.
Everybody knows that,
Right.
but everybody accepts trash talking. There's a way to trash talk and keep it trash talking
Hmm.
to where it's in its place. So,
Right.
sir,
Right.
man, yo, you touched on some good subjects tonight, brother. We killed it. Sherminator, man, dude. Like I said, man, hey, I'm you. It's a breath of fresh air, man. You did your thing. There was no rush. I'm on it. Like I said, I'm gonna be going back watching this, man. This is a good stuff. And yo, this was the super duper hyper alpha golden limited alpha edition of Direct Gaming, man. We had the Sherminator in here tonight, man. Thank you so much, Sherminator, for stopping by,
Well,
sitting on
bruh,
your throne,
I
man, and
appreciate it,
just, man, I
brother.
appreciate it, bro. I
Man, I
appreciate it, man.
appreciate you. Look, let me just say this, man.
Go
I
ahead, brother.
really
You
appreciate.
close it out
I
too. You
appreciate what
close
you.
it out too.
No, no, no. Seriously, I appreciate. I really do appreciate what you stand for within uh, the gaming community as a whole, and especially within the Xbox gaming community. You know, you make and it's a conscious choice, and that's the one thing that people need to realize. What you do and what you represent, um, you do it consciously. It's a choice that you've made, and that choice is to keep it real, uh, uh, to be dedicated to the brand of your choice, which just so happens to be the brand of my choice, and according to the latest uh, formula that I came up with about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. It's also the choice of at least about 68 million
Right.
uh, Xbox One owners.
Right.
Uh, it's something that you know we as Xbox gamers, I mean, of course we have the big shots, and I don't say
Right.
that in a negative way. You know, we've got Phil, we've got Mike, you know, we've got others within, we got Larry. You know,
Right.
we've got the big shots in the Xbox ecosystem. But as far as you know, like they like to say in politics, on the grassroots level,
Right.
uh, you know, as far as I'm concerned, you're one of the key players. Your level of dedication and the things that you do to represent the brand and to keep it real and keep it honest, and most importantly, keep it down to earth. Um, I have found you to be one of the most approachable individuals that I've ever encountered within the Xbox community. And, I just want to, if nobody else tells you this, I'm going to be the one to do it. I appreciate what you stand for. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the way you're doing it. Don't stop. Don't change. And keep at it.
Appreciate you, man.
Man, no, seriously. If you don't have any fans out here, if nobody else is gonna be in your corner, bruh, I got your back.
Appreciate it, sir.
I got your back. And like I said at the beginning, I'm honored and humbled that you invited me to hang out with you. I've had a ball, I've had a blast, and I can only hope that you would appreciate me enough to want me back at your convenience.
Anytime.
You say the word, man. You say the word, and I'm down. I'm here.
Anytime, brother. Yeah, man. That I set back enough, and that's why I wanted to build the platform, man. I seen so many good people, and like I said, Ben just with no platform. I know what that's like, and you're gravitated to just hearing whatever. I just stopped hearing people. I didn't listen to nobody else. I did my own thing, with my own knowledge and stuff. And like I said, man, I don't use my platform to bash other people that have another preferred platform than me. I don't use this for that. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because honestly,
there's enough of that already.
Right. There's enough of that already, and honestly, there's a place and a time for that. The place and time is not on Di-RREC Gaming. You see what I'm saying? This is the place to talk real. And if I do bring up the blue side of things, it's only to show where the crow is at. It's only to show how, what now. It's not there to say, it's not there to bring up anybody's name, make anything personal. I'm talking about the situations at hand. When the situations at hand happen, that I'll bring it up. But this is not here to bash nobody. At the end of the day, man, we enjoying our gaming life, whether you're a casual, whether you're an elite, or whether you're a pro. We're enjoying gaming, and that's the part for Dirrec Gaming. It's just the enjoyment of gaming on the Xbox side of things. You may not be an Xbox fan, but hey, you can come here, listen to us, man, and appreciate what we're saying. We don't have a problem with you. Come leave some comments down below. I've had comments where most of them were PlayStation fans on my Tomb Raider videos, man. I mean, it was tons of them in there, and they were talking to each other, and I was throwing my little insight in there, trying to help them. I wasn't even trying to bash. It wasn't even bash fest. And you know what? I won a couple subscribers because of that. When you show respect to people, man, exactly.
That's right.
It's about respect sometimes. It's not always. Look, man, I have a real life, right? Dorian has a real life. The new legal is just my gamer tag, people. Something, when I cut off my Xbox, it's not the new legal every day. It's not. That's just. Man, this is just for This is just for fun, man. This is my way of giving back. Like I said, every now and then we do some giveaways, or I may hit somebody up and say, hey man, check your message or something. There's a redeem code there or there's a gift card there and something. Because I see everything. I see what's going on. I see who helps. I see who appreciates. I see who's, you know what I'm saying, and it's out there. But we don't sit out here. We don't brag. You know what I'm saying? We don't boast. Like I said, man, I got a good brother and friend. And Lethal B more, man, he's been riding with me since day one with this vision. He ain't going nowhere. He's locked in. He is Dirrec Gaming just like me. And we just sit up here, and I know he's gonna be stoked out, man, to know that you came through tonight. He's gonna be watching it. My man works hard. He works at night. It's hard for us to collaborate like we used to. We used to, but I'm glad he's got another Xbox comrade that I know who's taking care of him, or he's on his days where I'm at work and he's not. He's still able to play and still able to get ahead and keep up with the games, man. You know, we try to, you know, provide a good platform where it's honest and it's hardcore Xbox fans who appreciate being Xbox fans. We talk that talk, like you said, Sherm. It's all about the language, man. We talk it. There's no fabricating here, man. We are who we are, man. We are who we say we are.
Mm-hmm.
We don't fabricate.
And you know, at the right, right, and at the end of the day, real gamers, and underline the word real. Real gamers can smell that out.
Right.
Real gamers
You
can
don't even
detect
have
that.
to explain. Yeah, you don't have to go into
That's right.
deep. Yeah,
That's right.
exactly. It's a detection.
That's
That's
right.
true, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Sherm,
The
close it out,
fakers?
Sherm.
Nah.
When you get to your
I'm sorry,
end,
say
close this out. When you get through, you close this out, man. You close this out. When you get through saying what you're saying, you close this out, man. Go
Well,
ahead,
no,
though.
I was just gonna say, you know,
Yeah,
I
go
was just
ahead.
gonna say the fakers, you know, it'll just fly right over their heads. But the
Right.
real ones, uh, you know, they can they'll detect it. You know, it's similar to, you know, the whole BS detection system.
Right.
So, uh, you know, in anything you do, and isn't it's not just gaming, just anything you do. You know, I like to believe that the real folk, the ones that genuinely have your best interest in mind, you know, they'll find you.
Right.
They're the ones that will definitely have your back and give you the heads up when they know that something fishy is not right, and you know they'll try and steer you away from trouble.
Right.
And gaming's not any different. So you know you have people that can really appreciate the effort and the time that you put in to this craft, and those individuals, they'll show their appreciation by having your back. And
Right.
um, for the record, I just want to say that you can count me as one of them.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. Not a problem.
Close this
Not a
out,
problem.
sir.
So,
Close this out.
well, you know, for all of for
Let
everybody
them
that's
know where they
tuned
can
in,
find it too. Yeah. Go ahead. Do your
yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. For everybody that's tuned in, just want to first and foremost give a big shout out to you. We really appreciate you hanging out with us this fine and glorious Saturday evening. And again, you can find me. Um, you can find me on Xbox Live, gamertag Technofunk, TECHNOFUNGK. Um, feel free to hit me up on Xbox Live at your leisure, and I'll do my best to respond to any and every communication that I receive, unless you're a bot, of course. Well, then if that's the case, nah, automatic deletion. Just thought I'd put that out there. Uh, and of course, you can find myself and Dorian. You can find us at the DX Mansion, um, without a doubt, the number one place to hang out for Xbox devotees. And you know, we keep it real there. We're family, and um, you know, just come pay us a visit. I'm sure that you'll be impressed by what you find. No fakers allowed. Just putting that out there too. No fakers allowed. Uh, yeah, you can find us at the mansion, DX Mansion, and you can find me also at Project Xbox, and we try and keep it real over there as well. So I'm one of the moderators there. I'm also, and Dorian didn't mention this, and it's all good, but I just want to take this time to publicly thank thank you, Dorian, for uh, I remember when you made me one of the moderators over at the mansion, and I'll
Oh
be
yeah,
honest
man.
with you, I was a little bit I was a little bit surprised when you did it. I didn't see that coming. I wasn't expecting that. Um, but I was honored that you thought highly enough of me to put me in that position, and so needless to say, I accepted it, and I'm hoping that I have not let you down.
Nope, not
So,
at all, man.
and it's my intention to continue to keep that bar high for you. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for that. I know I never did, and so
It's
I
nothing
just
to it, brother.
before we close the show out, I just want to just publicly thank you for doing that. That 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 me that meant and still means a lot to me. So thank you, brother.
You welcome, man. No problem, bro.
Um, and yeah, so you can find us at the mansion. You can find
That's right.
me at Project Xbox. Dorian
Yes,
pays
sir.
us a visit every now and then.
Yes,
And
sir.
you can also find me at Roscoe's Video Arcade. Um, it's the Facebook page for the arcade that I managed in Detroit, Michigan for roughly 14 years. And
Nice.
so, you know, we try and keep it real over there as well. So I've got 3 avenues that you can reach me. Feel free to hit me up at any time. And again, thank you so much for hanging out with us
Yes,
this
sir.
evening. I've had a blast, and like I said, man, anytime you want me on the show, by all means, just hit me up, and I will come a running.
Definitely, man. Definitely gotta have you back, Sherm. You got that force, man, and you one of the real Xbox guys out here that we all appreciate. And I'm pretty sure everybody over there on the Project Xbox side that's known you longer than me definitely knows that I'm not telling a lie when we say that. Hey man, it's the new legal. You know what? You can always catch me, man. Like Sherm said in the DX men of the DX mansion. All my whereabouts are in the description box or in the bio of the YouTube channel called Di-RREC Gaming, and you can find us there if you type in capital D, lowercase I, hyphen, capital RR, lowercase EC, space, capital G, lowercase AMING, or just simply type in the new legal and it will come up. Lowercase THE, space, all capitals, NEW, space, LEGAL, and you will get Direct Gaming to pop up on the YouTube channel where all my information is there. You can find me. Yo, shout outs to my man Techno Blast, also in my area, doing big things, man, out here in these streets, these Xbox community streets of his, man. Go check his channel out too. It's capital T, lowercase e, KNO, capital BLAST, Techno Blast. Go check him out, man. He puts up good content. And like I said, he's another good Xbox comment out in the streets. I want to also salute everybody out on the Twitter side of things, man, that's always showing me support. Appreciate every last one of you. That's where we go in. That's where we battle. That's where that's where we stand green. We wear our jersey there. I want to also salute the mixer side of teams. Everybody there that comes out that shows support and puts in comments to whenever we do shows. Just comes out to hang out, man. All the people on Xbox Live that hits me up, send some messages when we get into a party chat. You also want to send a shout out to 100 over on the west side of things, holding down the banner, holding down that green jersey, standing up in the Xbox
Hmm.
community. We all love 100, man. He's crazy in, man. That's our brother, man. We hold him down. He makes us laugh. He cracks us up. But he's 100% always supporting people like us, man. And for that, we always appreciate him. Everybody around the ring, man. My man E-Rock. Uh,
Yeah, yeah,
E-Rock always bannering that mighty green hammer of
yeah,
his, man. Cracking
yeah.
us up, man. Good people. Like I said,
Yes,
all of
sir.
y'all, man, y'all know who y'all are. All of y'all out there that just stand strong in these Xbox streets. Me and Sherminator just want to salute y'all, man. And we want to get up out of here. So till later time, man. Thank you, Sherm. Oh, we on a happy Mother's Day Eve
Oh
session.
yeah,
We want to say, hey,
yeah.
happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there for Direct Gaming
Hey,
and
that's
all
right.
over there on the Sherminator side of things. So man, you know
Yeah, yeah.
we gotta hold our fort down, Sharon, with our wives tomorrow.
Man,
We gotta do our
bruh.
thing.
Hey, all you listeners out there,
Yes,
man,
sir.
make sure do. Hey, treat moms right. You should be treating moms right all the time. Anyway,
That boy
but
King stupid.
especially tomorrow.
You
Especially,
know it.
especially tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
You know it.
you only get one. I'm telling you, treat her right. You only got one mom's, so cherish her,
That's
and
right,
that's
man.
no joke.
That's
Cherish her.
right. Shout outs to my
Cherish your
man
mother.
Kings to Gods out
Yeah.
there right now on the mixer side. They ain't laughing at us, man. Shout outs to my man Ott. He laughing, man. It's good stuff though. But he's right. Cherish your mother, man. You get one. Hey yo, you only get
That's
one
right.
life too, man. Don't hold grudges, man. Show more
Yeah.
love and reality sense, man, cause it's better for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Telling you, man, it's
Yep.
better for you. All that hate and all that holding grudges, man, is a waste of time in life, man. Get
Right.
happy, stay
Right.
strong, keep your family tight,
Mhm.
man, and walk a narrow path, bro. You'll get through life very much easier, man. So hey, until next time, y'all. This has been Direct Gaming, your man, New Legal, man. We get out of here. Yo, Sherminator, man, I'm cranking up. I'm cranking up the spaceship, man. I'm gonna go pick you up, man. I'm gonna get my wife this time. We gonna get your wife, man. Let's go. Let's go to the Bahamas, man. Let's get out of here, man. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's get
bruh,
out of here, man. Let's go,
bruh,
man.
come on now. You
Let's
talking my
go.
language right now.
That's right, man. Let's
Yes,
get
yes,
out of
yes.
here. Let's go to the
Fire up the
Bahamas, bro.
mothership.
I'm firing up, man. We out of here, y'all. Peace.
Peace.